to a lot of people, and I guess he was just brought into the Grand Ole Opry as a member like 4 or 5 years ago. I actually remember during his induction there, listening to it through one of the shows there they had on. But anyways, I don't know. I guess here before you get to your news break, Philip's probably be talking to you at some point. He sent me a thing about having a rocket launch. He got some good pictures of the rocket launch, whatever happened here in the last day or two, I guess.
Was the Blue Origin. Yeah, that's the guy that's kind of competing with Elon Musk. And that was the first time they've ever been able to reuse, like, the primary stage. They landed it back, kind of like SpaceX does.
Okay, they got it to come down without crashing.
Correct.
Hey, our astrophysicist, he got talking about that and the difference of reusing these solid rocket boosters and not reusing them and it's not that they didn't reuse them. They did go fish them out of the ocean and send them back to be refurbished and refilled with the solid fuel. But to have them come back and land on their own, you actually have to put extra fuel. You actually have to calculate extra fuel because not only do they have to have the weight to carry them up to get them up to help get the rocket up, you actually have to have extra fuel for them to come back down. So you got to calculate that in, which lowers payload for the rocket. But anyways, I guess we'll end this half hour by saying how as it goes. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. Never count your money when you're sitting at the table. Anyways, I guess thanks, Don Schlitz. Gonna seriously be missed out there. I know I will. I'll miss him. So I hope everybody, if they don't know who he is, look him up. Look out his list of things that he wrote.
He wrote a bunch of songs. Yes, bunch of songs over the years. I did actually catch the blurb where Don Schlitz had passed away. Most of the social media feeds, Facebook and whatnot, were saying farewell to Bob of the Bob and Tom Show. He passed away. He'd been battling cancer for a few years. But apparently, according to Tom, they didn't really see it coming. Last week, as a matter of fact, they were laughing, just kind of rehashing old times. And somewhere, I think it was like Thursday night, he had a setback. And they lost him on Friday. Hey, we're going to say congratulations to our one and only Papy. I see Mitch is on the line. Hang in there. We got to get our news break in here. We'll get to you right after this as we roll into a Monday live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. Ambassador Mike Walls defended President Trump's threat to strike Iran's power plants and bridges if no deal is reached. Waltz appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Bridges, power plants that are run by the IRGC, which runs the entire military, are absolute legitimate military targets, not only now, but have been historically.
It follows Trump's Truth Social post accusing Iran of violating a ceasefire and escalating tensions in the Strait of Hormuz after reported ship attacks. FBI Director Kash Patel says he's suing the Atlantic after a report citing current and former officials as well as lawmakers describe him as erratic and prone to intoxication. Patel denies and calls the news fake news, saying he will fight back against what he calls false reporting. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.04. Mono County, California is at $6.88 a gallon, while Comanche County, Oklahoma is down to $3.20. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? Strongtel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a Strongtel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend Strongtel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your Strongtel business system. Strongtel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning Strongtel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit Strongtel.com. That's Strongtel, STRONGTEL.com. It's Strongtel.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Sommers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Sommers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
What I'm seeing on the screen says saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the greatest day of the week. Why? Because 9 William 85, Sergeant Hill, will be 2-7 for the remainder. What is 2-7? Hello, Mitch.
2-7. Hey, how are you, Steve?
Doing well. It's a Monday, you know.
Well, it's my Friday, so for those of us on Squad 2B, it is our Friday. We're off the next couple of days. More importantly, one individual is done completely tonight, and your friend and mine, Papy. This is it. This is the end of an era tonight.
Right. So he's technically he's out there working tonight, and what's he sign off at like 4:30 or something like that this morning, or?
Well, yeah, he was. He's going to get out of here a little bit early tonight. He found out.
Okay.
Papy's a good friend of mine and coworker, and he's actually one of my bosses for about another 45 minutes.
That's it. Oh, okay. Wow.
That's it. Yeah.
Let me start out real quick. He's been on my butt for a long time to call into your show, and I'm actually a long-time listener of yours. I grew up on the east side of Cincinnati, and in our house, we always had a radio on in the kitchen, and it was always WLW.
Mm-hmm.
And I got used to all the personalities, and I got to listen to this guy at night called the Truckin' Bozo.
Right.
And he became a big part of my life. And that's how I turned on to listening to you when you were on WLW. I actually wrote you an email years ago, back in the early 2000s, when I was working one night. Some of the truckers were calling in a little upset at law enforcement, and I don't expect you to remember that, but I wrote a email to you explaining that, not all the cops are out there looking to hem up the truckers.
Right,
and,
right.
It was kind of a big deal. But yeah, so Papy's been on me about calling in for a while, and I finally made tonight the night. And I'll try and keep this brief. But those of you who know Papy or know of him, when you call in tonight, make sure you congratulate him after an epic career of 30-some years with the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office in Cincinnati, Ohio. He's hanging it up, choking me up a little bit. Papy is, for those of you who don't know him personally, he is one of a kind, and you won't find many people like him. He's one of those guys that is always there for you no matter what, doesn't expect anything in return. I can cite example after example of things that have happened in my life where he's been there for me when he didn't need to be. And he's going to be sorely missed. And I hope he knows that. And, if you're one of the regular callers in tonight, make sure that you say something to honor him. And if you don't call in on a regular basis, call in tonight because he deserves it. And we're going to miss him.
And maybe at some point he'll check in. I'm not sure.
I'm sure he will. He's not going anywhere. He'll still be around.
Yeah.
But this is an end of an era. So
yeah.
That's it.
I know he's been counting down the days. I'm sure it's going to be kind of like with mixed emotions, right? That's got to be.
Yeah, we all met up last night. Our entire squad met up last night and smoked a cigar together, and we told stories. And he said that he wasn't going to get all choked up and tear up at all, but I don't believe that. I think he will, and it wouldn't surprise me if he's tearing up a little bit right now.
It's great to hear from you, Mitch. We'll hook you up with a first-time caller code, get you some Hot Shot Secret products.
Okay, well, I appreciate it.
And thank you so much for being a long-time listener. Don't be a stranger, as they say. See, they're out there. Yeah, I've been listening for years. I just finally picked up the phone. All right, who will? Hey, Philly Dad, it's that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Let me see. Just real quick, just a note. As I mentioned, we got the audio fixed. The app is operational. But what I'm seeing is a frozen camera here. So for the Facebook and YouTube feeds, I guess, you'll have the audio. Thank goodness. But you just won't have the video like you normally would. I'll get a hold of Ryan later this morning. I know the audio settings had something to do with the camera feed, and he was kind of struggling to get the audio back up. We got it back on over the weekend, so it's always something, right? What a way to start the week. Meanwhile, the Guardian of Chaos. Good morning, Steve. 38 degrees clear here in the Nutmeg State. We're only going to go to 47 for a high today. Yeah, stay safe. Thanks for the good ride, sir. Hello, Marianne in the house. Hallelujah. Good morning to Buckeye Boy, all the overnight listening family. Hopefully you enjoyed your weekend. Everybody have a blessed day. Hello, Crazy Ray. West Michigan checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 35 degrees at this hour. See, what a difference. Trying to remember, you were like 60-something there Friday morning, weren't you? Hello from Bob in Michigan here this Monday. Well, there's old Tater, Chip Brett. Also chiming in to say congratulations to Papy. Yeah, congratulations, bud, from 6Boy14. Who else? Well, there is Buckeye Boy. Congratulations on a well-deserved retirement, sir. Thank you for all those years of service. Scrapyard, waving all five, getting the week started. There's James. Morning, 49 degrees, Woodstock, Georgia tonight. All that rain that was headed this way for Saturday kind of fizzled out before it got here, unfortunately, because they really needed some of that rainfall. All right, there's Dirty Harry on board, checking in. We'll see what he has to say. A couple of others here. Philip, what did you... I've never heard of banana ball. I've heard of pickleball, never played it. Philip said banana ball is cool. That's a new one on me. There's Buckeye Boy. Houston, Texas, you made it. 57 degrees. Braves sweeping the Phillies for the first time in Philadelphia over the past 10 years. Sorry to Philly Dan there. Cincinnati is on a roll as well. I'm on the last couple deliveries for this long trip. I'll be delivering Wednesday, pick up Thursday early afternoon, and deliver Thursday night about 15 miles away. Pick up early Friday and head back to Georgia. And congratulations, Papy, on your retirement. Well done, sir. Have a great night. Everybody, be careful out there. There's Bill on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Morning, everybody. 33 with clear skies. Horicon, Wisconsin. At the home, 20 tonight. I'm sorry. Nice afternoon. We were in the 50s. Friday night was something. I was sitting at the plant waiting for a trailer to be loaded. All of a sudden, a big flash of lightning, crash of thunder. I heard on the radio from the North Warehouse. The Wi-Fi went down. Saturday night, I found out the lightning actually struck the Wi-Fi receiver antenna on the roof of the North Warehouse. Thank God nobody was hurt in the building or the building damaged. Yeah, that was the same time the lightning flashed by me, about a mile straight north. Have a great night, drivers. Be careful out there. You know, those storms last week, there was actually a truck driver in Wisconsin. It was a Pennsylvania driver, but actually struck by lightning as he was walking across the truck stop parking lot at Waukesha. About 7:45 that evening at the Quick Trip. 41-year-old driver crossing the parking lot when the lightning struck the area. Yeah, police responded after receiving reports of a man down in the lot. Callers told dispatch he was on the ground not breathing. Some say they believe he was struck by lightning. Witnesses described the blinding flash followed by that crack of thunder before the driver collapsed. And indeed, that was the determination, lightning strike. Yeah, the physical evidence in the scene, the witness statements, all aligned. The victim carried a Pennsylvania driver's license. Authorities believe he was not from Wisconsin. This is Wisconsin's second lightning-related fatality in the past 7 months, and one of only a few recorded in that state in the last 10 years. It is 844-844-3388. Things can happen in an instant. You never know, right? All right, more of your calls ahead. Is the Strait of Hormuz open, or is it closed? Is the ceasefire holding? Everything's been up and down all weekend. And we'll try to see if we can sift through and sort things out here early on a Monday. Other industry headlines. The follow-up. Much of last week, of course, the 60 Minutes expose that kind of featured Super Ego Trucking and chameleon carriers. They had another piece on CBS Sunday morning, nearly a 10-minute segment, going more in-depth into brokers. So, yeah, we'll break that down for you. So that was a rather interesting segment. And from our friends at the Truckers' Wall of Shame Unchained, they also kind of broke down how CBS was scrutinizing the likes, especially of C.H. Robinson worldwide. Yeah, broader industry practices facing renewed questions. 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It looks like we were able to get the booger cam back. That's the close-up. Hey, it's better than nothing, I guess. Lucky thing I shaved over the weekend. Friday morning, I was gruffy. Eskimo Bob, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Monday, whatever day. Sitting at the home 20. Chilling out after a long week, enjoying my first of 2 nights off. I'm not liking the bipolar shift of Mother Nature, but yep, it's Ohio, part of the country where the weather changes every 5 minutes. But they tell us the cold snap should be short-lived. I'm hoping the wind doesn't relax to protect my plants. The peonies, they're already budding. Hey, we've got clear skies and 40 right now. Outside the home 20 in Sydney, Ohio. And I think you guys are actually, aren't you under a freeze warning tonight? Yeah, we got frost advisories all the way down to the northern Kentucky, somewhere between, Cincinnati and Dayton. It transitions over to freeze warnings. A little bit of a chill in the air. All right, we'll get to some of the other listening friends checking in here, see what Eagle has on his mind. How was your weekend, Eagle, or did you have a weekend? You been out there driving truck?
Yeah, I'm out here on the road. Well, I told you I'm headed to Talladega next Sunday. So I'm out here on the road running, trying to make me some money. So I have some money to spend when I get to Talladega next week. Buy some T-shirts and some other merchandise. I take something back home for the kids because they're not going to be able to go to the race with me. So, got to always take something back for them, and they'll be raised in hell when I get back. Mm-hmm. So I got to try to make some money. Steve, I got a lot to say tonight, man. When I talked to you last Thursday, I thought I was gonna have a different phone call tonight concerning the war, but a lot of people are not gonna like what I'm gonna say, and Papy might not like it either. I wanna say something to him right quick. before I get to the trucking industry deal. I want to say, Papy, like I say, we've been associated, ever since he was with you at WLW, when you was at the other company, when you used to be on the other station, he used to call in, and, we've been communicating with each other through there. And, now on this deal here, and, I appreciate what he does, police officer, and, he's protected Cincinnati, done a good job. It's a shame he got to go ahead and move on with the rest of his life. He might decide to get back out there one day in the future. You never know. If you sit at the house, you got to do like Pat, just like monkey gouge. You say you're going to retire, but you end up doing something else. It's hard to sit around. So you never know. He might be putting the uniform back on in the future. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you for what you did for Cincinnati, and thank you for calling the show. And just because you're not working no more don't mean you can't call the show. So call in, because we still want to hear what you got to say, because you always have some valuable information that I learned from you and other callers too. So I appreciate you, and I appreciate appreciate Papy and what he does. He probably not gonna like what I have to say tonight about the war, but I think it's got to be said. Now, as far as the situation goes, Steve, with with Super Ego. Over the weekend, maybe you could check up on it. I forgot what the name is, but this bogus company has changed their name. They're going by a new name now. I don't know what I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, I saw that.
Something
Sky, I think it is, but I can't get the determination that company supposedly has been around for quite a while. I did see some of the reports about that though. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact name, but I'm surprised that I'm surprised that the Trucking Association is allowing them to get away with that, because they're going to continue the same type of dirty business under a different name, Steve. They're not going to change. Just because they change the name don't mean that they're going to change their habits. They shouldn't be allowed to operate in the United States of America. They've done too much damage. They've stolen money from their truck drivers and done dirty business. The owner of this place, I think they say he's worth over $200 billion, or whatever the hell he is. And from Serbia, he shouldn't be allowed to operate. I don't, like I say, these ghost companies, as they like to call them, they just go out and change their name to something else and continue operating. And it's not right for them to be able to do that. And I didn't see too many Super Eagles on the road this weekend when I was driving. I seen a couple of them. I seen maybe about 2 or 3 of them going down the road, but not as many as I had before. And I think a lot of them are parked. And hopefully, if any freight brokers, anybody listening, hopefully they won't even put their freight on their truck, whether it's called Super Eagle or the other bogus name that they come up with. Hopefully no freight brokers will do business with these people, because they're putting American lives in danger. When you allow somebody to drive a truck 18 hours a day and resetting somebody's 11-hour clock and giving them a fresh 11, they don't give a damn about the American public. And these trucks were operating, and one of these drivers falling asleep behind the wheel. They can care less. And if that's the way they feel, they shouldn't be allowed to run their trucks in the USA. Go take your business over to Serbia and run your trucks over there in Serbia, and let them kill somebody over there, the way I see it. So that's the way I look at it when it comes to Super Ego. Now, when it comes to this situation with Iran, Steve, I've tried to look at this situation from the good guy situation and the bad guy. And me personally, like I say, I like being the bad guy because you can see people don't take advantage of you that way. Now, when this deal first started a couple of months ago, let's go all the way back to last summer when Trump dropped the bombs on his nuclear facility, and supposedly all the nuclear technology was damaged. Okay, we come to be found out that it might not have been damaged, as we know, because we're understanding through other countries that they might have been very close to developing a nuclear weapon. Okay, so a couple of months ago, a month or two ago, Donald Trump decides to go back in. I told you for a long time about the supreme leader of Iran. He had to be eliminated. Okay, now they eliminated this individual. They bombed all these ships, put these ships at the bottom of the ocean. They bombed strategic locations all over Iran. I was happy with all that. Okay, now and I'm gonna contradict myself this time, Steve, because see, I told you I like to be the bad guy, not the good guy. So I called you up last week, about a week or so ago, after Donald Trump made a comment that he would destroy them and send them back to the Stone Ages and wipe them off the face of the map. And I told you, and I called you up and I said, listen, Steve, why come Donald Trump can't talk to these people a little bit nicer? Why can't he speak to them? Maybe that'll help negotiations go better. Okay, you told me, you said, Eagle, you can't talk to these people like that. These people only understand one way of doing things, and it's their way. And so, and I said to myself, okay, yeah, Steve is right. These people only understand. So then I said to myself, I said, okay, then I'm gonna give these people one more chance. I remember when I talked to you last Thursday. Donald Trump came out and said that things were looking good, that the negotiations were going good, and I told you, said maybe on Sunday night when I call, we'll have a deal to be talking about. But guess what? There's no deal to be talking about, Steve. And as a matter of fact, it's gotten worse. So guess what? Here's how it changes up with me, Steve. Here's how it changes up with me, and it changes up real quick. Because see, I'm going back to doing things the hard way, the right way. It's not no more nice guy. Because see, I tried to play the nice guy with these individuals. I said, let's talk to these people. Let's sit down at the table.
Right.
Let's try to
hold the thought there, because we're up to the top of the hour. Yeah, I mean, Friday, the way things changed, Friday, Iran actually said the Strait is fully open for the duration of the ceasefire, which that's ending here in a couple of days. But then by Saturday, they said, nope, Strait of Hormuz shut down again, fired on a couple of vessels. Hold the thought. News, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Florida Senator Rick Scott defended President Trump's posture towards Iran, saying military force is justified in order to prevent a nuclear weapon and protect Americans. Scott appeared on Fox News.
I mean, this president finally is doing the right thing. He's going to hold them accountable. So no nuclear weapons, no ability to do ballistic missiles to continue to kill Americans. And I mean, what's so great is if something good could happen here, we can have peace and prosperity in the Middle East.
He also dismisses Democratic claims of an illegal war and argued presidents have long had authority to act without a formal war declaration. FBI Director Kash Patel says he's suing The Atlantic after a report citing current and former officials, as well as lawmakers who describe him as erratic and prone to intoxication. Patel denies and calls this fake news, saying he will fight back against what he calls false reporting.
We are not going to take this laying down. You want to attack my character? Come at me. Bring it on. I'll see you in court.
Patel appeared on Fox Sunday Morning Futures. Elon Musk proposes a universal high income as an AI job solution.
Elon Musk is sparking debate after proposing a government-funded universal high income to address job losses from artificial intelligence. Musk argues AI-driven productivity would prevent inflation, but many economists strongly disagree, warning of economic risks. Meanwhile, Andrew Yang, who championed universal basic income, expressed cautious support. The idea highlights growing questions over how to balance innovation, jobs, and economic stability in an AI-driven future. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Lundberg Family Farms is recalling around 4,500 2-pound bags of organic jasmine white rice nationwide due to possible foreign material contamination. The recall impacts products sold at retailers. That includes Wegmans and Target. No illnesses have yet been reported. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A mishap at Centennial Airport in Colorado this morning after a plane left the runway.
We had a report of a Cessna 172 aircraft that went off runway 17 right at Centennial Airport with one soul on board.
South Metro Fire says the pilot was treated on scene for unspecified injuries. He's okay. The airport will investigate what caused this incident. The 130th Boston Marathon runs on Monday with tens of thousands of runners from around the world on Patriots Day. The forecast calls for mid to upper 40s with scattered showers. Coverage begins at 9 a.m. The National Mall in Washington, D.C. will be hosting the Great American State Fair this summer in order to celebrate the nation's 250th birthday.
Freedom 250 announced plans for the 16-day exposition Thursday. The event runs June 25th through July 10th and spans from the U.S. Capitol to the Washington Monument. It features live music, carnival rides, and dozens of hands-on activities. All 56 states and territories are showcased at the fair. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
West Texas Intermediate crude, which is the domestic benchmark, is at $90 a barrel for crude, while Brent, the foreign benchmark, is at $96 a barrel. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.04 a gallon. The highest prices are found in Mono County, California at $6.88, while the lowest is in Comanche County, Oklahoma, $3.20. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot's secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, what do you say? Ready for a brand new day? Ready or not, here comes a Monday. Time zone to time zone will close out the weekend. Yeah, rolling into day number 20 here in the month of April, though. Glad to have you along for the ride. Welcome aboard. Okay, left off there, top of the hour. How things changed so dramatically. Yeah, supposedly Iran Friday saying the strait is fully open. Yeah, 20 ships, I believe, passed through. And then all of a sudden, boom, like flipping a light switch. Yeah, say the strait is closed to all vessels. On Saturday, they actually carried out several attacks on vessels in the region, which led to a gathering in the Situation Room to talk about the tensions. That means behind the scenes, plans are being drawn up. This could dramatically change, possibly today. Yeah, the fragile ceasefire is about to expire anyway. One senior U.S. official tells Axios that absent progress here, hostilities could restart in the near term. We know over the past 2 weeks, surely, we've been reloading, resupplying, restocking missile supplies and things of that nature. I would venture to say Iran's been doing the same thing. Launching launchers that may have been in caves or underground, being loaded and brought out, getting prepared for the resumption of hostilities. But pretty much all the top officials were in that meeting. Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Rubio, War Secretary Pete Hegseth, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, the envoy, the CIA Director John Ratcliffe, Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane, everybody. Diplomatic efforts, they do say, have continued through intermediaries. Doesn't appear much progress seems to have been made over the weekend, though. Pakistani's army chief was hosting talks aimed to bridge the differences between the two sides. They say President Trump has spoke directly with both Munir and Iranian officials. Iran's Supreme National Security Council said it has received updated U.S. proposals and is reviewing them. No response as of press time had been issued. Speaking Saturday at the White House, President Trump accused Iran of just testing limits. Saying they got a little cute, getting a little cute here. Warning that Tehran cannot blackmail us. He added, discussions are still active. He expects to know soon whether these talks will actually move forward or not. Okay, so we kind of left off with Eagle there. Let me get him back online here, finish up with his thoughts. So I don't know where things are going to go today, Eagle. I don't know.
Okay. Well, let me finish. Let me continue what I was saying. Okay. So Steve, so last week I tried to play the nice guy, which I normally don't do. When I called you up and said, "Hey, why is Donald Trump talking to these people like that? Why is he talking so rough to these people? Maybe if he changed his tone, maybe these people would sign a deal." Okay. So they changed their tone and they sent J.D. Vance and Kushner and some other individuals over there last week with a different attitude, and they come out with the same results, nothing. Okay, so now here's where I forget about that nice guy stuff, Steve. I'm going back to the tough guy. And at this point, the tough guy, it's gonna get even more dangerous at this point because, see, now that they taking it to the next level now, Steve, when they're firing on ships, which they were told not to do during a ceasefire. They're firing on ships in retaliation. They're still trying to collect tolls on the Strait of Hormuz. They still are trying to not negotiate. See, these people, Steve, they have no intentions whatsoever of giving up this nuclear material. I see that already. I think that's one of the biggest holdups is this material, because Iran is determined that they're going to have a nuclear weapon because they want to eliminate the country of Israel. That is, they dream about that at night. That's what they want, and it seems to me the only way to eliminate that problem, Steve, and I've said this in the past, and I really don't like saying that, but at some point you're going to have to take some serious action, and I do mean serious action, because, see, these people are not negotiating in goodwill. We've been more than patient with these individuals. This war has been going on for over 2 months now, and Donald Trump has been more than lenient. He's done everything he can to negotiate with these people to get a deal done, signed, and on the table, and they continue to back out of the deal at the last minute, or either they totally ignore it altogether. And now they're taking it, like I say, now they're taking it to the next level, where even though the strait is supposed to be blockaded, they're still firing on ships and trying to close it down. And Donald Trump issued another, but see, he got to back up these ultimatums this time, Steve. Today he issued another ultimatum that Iran they will sign a deal, or we're going to start hitting the infrastructure, the bridges, and whatever else they got left to blow up. That's what's got to happen. There's no more of this stuff about at the very last minute, Donald Trump said, oh, well, maybe negotiations are going good, we're calling off the bombing. No, this time, if no deal is signed tomorrow or the next, I think they got until Tuesday at some point. If no deal is signed by Tuesday, Steve, the bombing needs to begin. No more this 10-day grace period. No more, because all they're doing is buying time. You don't have to be very smart to figure that out, Steve. You don't wait until the very last minute. You then at the 23rd hour, you say, "Oh, wait a minute, maybe we might be able to get a deal with the United States." No, they're not trying to make a deal. They're trying to buy time. And so if they're not trying to negotiate in goodwill. So at this point, Steve, it's time to start hitting them, and I mean hit them real hard, just like Donald Trump said, and just like he hit that ship today, that Iranian ship. He should have put it at the bottom of the ocean. But no more nice guys, Steve. You can't be like I say. I tried to be nice guy last week with these individuals and didn't get nowhere. At this point, it's hardball from now on to get this war over with and get the United States, get these oil prices down and get America back on track. Because Donald Trump was doing a hell of a job with the economy before this war started, and it's affecting the situation. And the midterms are probably a lost cause at this point with what's happening right now. So at this point, Steve, only hardball is going to be played. No more softball. Like I said, I don't know what the exact date when this ceasefire is supposed to be over, either today or tomorrow. The clock is ticking, as I like to say. And when that clock ticks down to zero, if no deal has been found, the bombs need to be dropping. In the hell with Iran. Like I said, they've had more than enough time to do the right thing, and it's obvious they're not going to do the right thing. So when people don't want to do the right thing, Steve, you have to force them to do the right thing. No more nice guy. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, yeah, what a difference a day can make, right? And I'm kind of curious, how will the markets respond? Yeah, we were setting records. Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, I didn't see the final numbers. Friday, I think, was another good day on the markets. Yeah, but of course, Iran said, hey, the strait is open for the duration of the ceasefire. Come on, let's get rolling. It looked like a deal was really almost imminent. Now, that's all changed now. We do see Sunday evening, the report. America is planning an aggressive response to Iran's action over the weekend, closing the strait again. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said they would block any ships from passing through the strait. So we apparently preparing to ramp up our naval crackdown on any ship anywhere that is linked to Iran. We will board Iran-linked oil tankers. We will seize commercial ships sailing in international waters. According to the report from the Wall Street Journal, the decision to step up the economic pressure, the idea is to force them reopen the strait and make concessions on the nuclear program. That's been the focus on these negotiations from the get-go, though. As I said, Friday, Iranian officials and President Trump said the strait was open. Less than a day later, the IRGC statement said the strait was closed, as 2 Indian flag ships were attacked while trying to pass through the strait. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operation said 1 tanker was fired on by 2 Iranian gunships, and a container ship was hit by an unknown projectile. Iran said they're responding to the blockade of their ports. The Iranian parliament speaker said the Americans have announced a blockade in recent days. This is a reckless, misguided decision. It is impossible for others to pass through the strait while we cannot. If the U.S. doesn't lift the blockade, transit through the strait will certainly be restricted, tensions ratcheting higher. The president said they had good conversations. Admitted the Iranians wanted to close up the strait again, though. They can't blackmail us, he said. We already touched on the fact they had a meeting at the Situation Room. According to Fox News, the blockade is costing Iran somewhere akin to $435 million per day. Their economy is on life support, according to former ambassador-at-large Nathan Sales. So for 47 years, the Iranian economy has faced economic mismanagement. Add to that American sanctions, pressure for several decades. Add to that the destruction of the last 40 days of war. $435 million a day is a lot of money any day. But it is especially devastating to that regime right now. Former Central Command Communications Director said Iran will make closing the strait their main piece of leverage. They understand the leverage they have by closing the strait. They're paying attention to the political toll here in the United States. They're paying attention to gas prices. They're paying attention to the polling here in the United States with regard to the war. 19 past the hour. 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
All right, Robert checking in. 32 degrees in Michigan tonight. Hello, Kevin. Morning, Steve. The overnight crew. See, everybody's on the same page. A little chilly again tonight. Well, hidey-ho from the Asphalt Soldier. 3 days into total left knee replacement. Anybody have a time frame for me to get back into an automatic truck? I'm thinking maybe 6 to 8 weeks to be able to climb up in. Sounds about right there. Of course, everybody's different. Everybody's body heals at a different rate. Stephen had that blown ACL. He healed rather quickly when all was said and done. He was ready to go back to work, but the doctors kept saying, nope, you're not yet. All right, Sunday morning, today on Sunday morning with Jane Pauley. Another breakdown of the illegals driving trucks, causing horrific accidents. If you haven't watched, please watch it and call or write your elected officials. They were kind of following up on the 60 Minutes episode from the prior Sunday. Hello, Gary Montgomery, 45 degrees Southwest Ohio. Buckeye Boy says banana ball. The baseball league that features the Savannah Bananas. Okay, well, I'm familiar with the Savannah Bananas. They actually had a couple of games. They come in for 2 nights last year in Cincinnati. I don't know. It's like baseball's version of the Harlem Globetrotters in basketball, right? Yeah, players doing tricks, aerobics, singing, costumes. Okay, I'm familiar with that. There's sneakers. You are saluted, Papy. Thank you for taking care of the good, the bad, and the goofballs. Great job. Check in once in a while. You educate all the listeners. You have us thinking and smiling. All right, thumbs up. Yeah, scroll on down here. A couple of others. John, morning from Baltimore, checking in 39 degrees. And I'm PO'd. I had to pull my winter stuff back out. Anyhow, it's my bedtime, parked beside the no parking sign. Stay safe out there. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 64 degrees, Sacramento, California. I see you have a new look on the camera. Yeah, we'll get that adjusted. It's supposed to be supposed to have the normal view from the other side of the room where you can see all the product and all that, which you're accustomed to. Every once in a while, Ryan wanted me to kind of flip back and forth, have that closer view. Other cameras dark. Nothing there. But according to forecasters, we're looking at 3 days of rain this upcoming week here in Northern California. And then clear as far as can be predicted. Yeah, your storm there in central and northern California, that begins rolling in starting today. Yes, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Country Bumpkin in the house. Good to have you with us. Keith, good morning. Congratulations to Papy on his retirement. 32 degrees here in Holly, New York. We did have a few snow showers. Hey, good morning to Horse Feathers, and thank you for the show. He goes by the handle Southern Comfort. All right, very good. Well, there's Plowboy on the greatest day of the week.
Yeah, all right. Good morning, Steve. Well, before I go any further, congratulations to Papy. I hate to see it happen, but I got a question. You know, we've always heard when a truck driver retires, he goes gets a new Peterbilt. What happens when you're an ex-police officer? You get a new badge shined out and a new pistol, or what? Just inquiring minds want to know.
That's a good question. That's fair enough. Yeah.
Well, we're about 53 degrees and a little bit of wind chill, but I don't know what that temperature is. Yeah, came to work and had to put on a little bit extra shirt here about darkfall, but
yep.
I don't know. I've seen something, and I agree with Eagle. I've seen something that Philip might be looking to talk about. Have you seen where Walt Disney is looking at banning the cell phone on there in different locations?
I did not. Hadn't caught that.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, are we getting too wild with our cell phones? Because I'm not going to lie, when I'm off here, I run a rock bucket and I pull a step deck here and there, helping out 2 or 3 other people. But here the other day, I guess some college students decided to go to school, or would-be college students, and Steve, I damn near run over 3 of them. Steve, I was within a hair of hitting them. 30 foot from a crosswalk, sir. One was walking backwards, filming the other group, and I literally hit the brakes, and I was not doing the speed limit. I was not. I was way under it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, are we trying to keep people from running in front of Philip as he drives a monorail and getting plowed over because they don't know when to put their cell phones down and enjoy the scenery and just be like typical Americans? It seems like the cell phones are starting to get in a lot of people's way. But also, I shared the story last night with Papy out of North Carolina. We've got something on a ticket worse than fentanyl. Have you seen that one?
I saw that last week. Like, yeah, 10 times more potent than fentanyl, I think, something like that. Well, we have to pause there. News of service of industrial injection since 1985. Diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions. From light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. Ambassador Mike Walls defended President Trump's threat to strike Iran's power plants and bridges if no deal is reached. Waltz appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Bridges, power plants that are run by the IRGC, which runs the entire military, are absolute legitimate military targets, not only now, but have been historically.
It follows Trump's Truth Social post accusing Iran of violating a ceasefire and escalating tensions in the Strait of Hormuz after reported ship attacks. FBI Director Kash Patel says he's suing the Atlantic after a report citing current and former officials as well as lawmakers describe him as erratic and prone to intoxication. Patel denies and calls the news fake news, saying he will fight back against what he calls false reporting. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.04. Mono County, California is at $6.88 a gallon, while Comanche County, Oklahoma is down to $3.20. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service?
Strongtel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a Strongtel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend Strongtel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your Strongtel business system. Strongtel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning Strongtel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit Strongtel.com. That's Strongtel, STRONGTEL.com. It's Strongtel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Sommers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Sommers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, I did a quick search for you there, Plowboy. And this is Disneyland, they say. That's the California resort, Disneyland. The idea is to prevent damage to sensitive ride systems, not to prevent general photography throughout the park. Targeted rides. It is not park-wide, but strictly enforced on rides where dropped items cause major issues. Specifically, Runaway Railway, where they have very sensitive trackless sensors. And then they've got something called the Incredicoaster, which is a high-speed ride. I guess people got their phones trying to record, and there went my phone, and it's coming down, potentially could hit somebody at a very high speed. Now, so cell phones for filming, holding any large open tumblers, as they have the Stanley Cups and other loose articles. Why it's being implemented is dropped phones on the flat. The tracked floor of rides like runaway railway can trigger emergency stops, leading to hours-long disruptions. So there you go. Outside of specific high-risk attractions, guests are generally allowed to have phones in their possession, but they must be secured. Okay, Disneyland Resort. All right, meanwhile, I'll get back, finish up with the Plowboy here. Welcome back.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks for cleaning that one up for me. I just know how people are getting very, very
right
with their cell phones at times. But no, what they said. Have you ever went to a PPE training course, Steve? I know you've been in radio all your life, but have you ever seen a PPE training film?
I have not.
I've been in too many of them. And a ride, a cell phone, take a, you know what it's about the size of a spike nail or a screwdriver is. Take it at 100 foot. It literally obliterates a watermelon. So imagine a cell phone at 150 feet hitting you into
right.
You're going to a hospital. Really hard. But I mean, it just, I can understand. Thanks for cleaning that one up. But what we were getting to is right there, as he went to break, Papy's telling me this citrine or whatever that crap is that coming out of North Carolina or wherever the hell it's coming from, that is not even going to be able to be taken care of with Narcan. So I guess you take that crap, you're just going to lose. I mean, it's not a good situation, and it's 10 times worse than fentanyl. I just scared. And anybody would, honestly, I'm getting to the point. If you are a dealer in that crap, dealer in fentanyl, I'm to the point of death penalty. I'm sorry, but speaking of death penalty, see where other than that was a hell of an incident down there in our murder situation in Shreveport this morning. That was captured. Eight members killed, and then he got killed, or he killed himself. There was no reason for that, but taking the lives of innocent people. But Steve, did you see where Big Bird's got reclaimed to life again? The L.A. Clippers have donated $80 million to NPR. Hey, I'm all for it. I don't want them to support them with our tax money. If they want to play Big Bird and ABCs, all that funding, our government should not put it out. I can't remember their name, but I think it was the L.A. Clippers. His wife's one donated $80 million. So far, I don't really have anything to do out of our budget. Other than that, like I said, congratulations to Papy again. Hey, by the way, can we have a citizen's arrest on him if he does not call in, and we can go get money together and bring two of them clowns to the studio the same damn night?
Right. All right, Plowboy. Citizen's arrest. From the truckers' wall of shame, Unchained, they call it. Of course, we all know by now most of us have seen, right? The CBS investigation that aired Sunday is intensifying scrutiny on how freight brokers select trucking companies, raising questions that extend beyond any single firm and into the structure of the industry itself. This report, CBS Sunday Morning, examined C.H. Robinson Worldwide and how freight can move through carriers with concerning safety histories, including entities that are commonly described as chameleon carriers, companies that shut down and reappear under new identities. While CBS focused on one major broker, industry analysis say the underlying issue is not isolated. Large freight brokers, including companies like Total Quality Logistics and Landstar System, operate within the same competitive system where thousands of independent carriers compete for loads, and pricing is often a determining factor in load selection. Federal oversight falls under the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. They track safety data tied to operating authorities. However, the CBS report highlights a gap. When companies recognize or obtain new authority, their prior history may not always follow in the way that's immediately visible. That creates challenges for brokers who are tasked with vetting carriers in a fast-moving freight market. Industry experts say intense rate competition can create additional pressure. In many cases, carriers willing to haul freight at lower rates are more likely to secure loads, particularly in oversupplied markets. But lower rates come with trade-offs. Operating a tractor-trailer involves significant fixed costs: fuel, insurance, maintenance, driver pay. When rates fall below sustainable levels, some carriers may delay maintenance, reduce the repair cycles, operate older equipment longer than recommended. Others cut corners in less visible ways, including administrative compliance or operational oversight. There's no evidence presented in the CBS report that brokers direct or condone these practices. However, critics argue a system heavily influenced by price competition can indirectly reward carriers that operate at lower cost structures, regardless of how those costs are achieved. Now, the CBS investigation stops short of alleging wrongdoing by C.H. Robinson Worldwide, but it underscores the broader issue: how risk is assessed and managed across a decentralized network of carriers operating under varying standards. In a parallel investigation, Truckers' Wall of Shame News is examining a network of entities associated with superego, focusing on how operational roles are defined and whether certain activities align with federally regulated motor carrier functions. That reporting remains ongoing. As regulators consider potential reforms, the focus is shifting beyond individual companies to the system itself, where speed, cost, and capacity often intersect with safety. We have requested comment from C.H. Robinson Worldwide and other industry participants regarding carrier vetting practices and rate pressures. Responses were not immediately available, but they're asking for people to share this post, stating current and former drivers who have worked with or through superego or any affiliated operations are encouraged to come forward. Truckers' Wall of Shame News is requesting information related to dispatch practices, lease agreements, pay structures, company organization, and the use of DOT or motor carrier authorities. We're also seeking supporting documentation including company directories, internal contact lists, onboarding materials, lease packets, pay statements, emails, text messages. Yeah, all requests for confidentiality will be respected. Information may be used for reporting purposes and may be shared with regulatory authorities or legal representatives where appropriate. But notice to drivers, they say, federal law prohibits motor carriers, brokers, and their agents from retaliating against drivers for reporting safety concerns or violations. 49 U.S.C. 31105. The Surface Transportation Assistant. Drivers are protected when they report safety issues to authorities or provide information to the press regarding potential violations. Retaliation may include termination, blacklisting, discipline, or discrimination. Drivers who believe they've been retaliated against may have legal protections and remedies. So they're digging, looking for more. It is 844-844-3388. Back into
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Eagle was talking about no more Mr. Nice Guy a few minutes ago. Recall? It's pretty much what the president said this past day via his Truth Social post. President Trump says, Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz. A total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the United Kingdom. That wasn't nice, was it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan. They will be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. Iran recently announced they're closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has already closed it. Yeah, they're helping us without knowing. And they're the ones that are losing with the closed passage. Yeah, close to $500 million a day. The United States loses nothing. In fact, many ships are headed right now to the United States, Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to load up compliments of the IRGC, always wanting to be the tough guy. We are offering a very fair, reasonable deal, and I hope they take it, because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy, which was all capital bold print. They'll come down fast, they'll come down easy, and if they don't take the deal, it will be my honor to do what has to be done, which should have been done to Iran by other presidents for the last 47 years. It's time for the Iran killing machine to end. Signed, President Donald J. Trump. So, the tone, indeed, has kind of changed again. Well, what's happening with Brain Dead?
Oh, not much, Steve. I'm starting to think all the donut shops up there in Cincinnati are going to be a little bit safer since Papy's retired. Congratulations to him. But since your story over the weekend, I figured you'd find kind of heartwarming, Steve. Did you see it?
The 100-year-old Nagasaki survivor?
Yes, sir. That's the one.
Very interesting, yes.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of baseball, did you see that the Padres got sold over the last week?
That I did not.
Yep. Padres was sold for $4 billion with a B, $1 billion.
Wow.
And that shattered the $2.4 billion that was paid by Steve Cohen, and not the politician Steve Cohen. We don't want to get
right.
too mixed up.
Different guy.
Yeah. So, but we had there was I don't know if you heard about this or not, but over in Nuremberg they had a race going over there that a gentleman died. Did you see that?
I did not.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to pronounce these names, and bear with me. The guy's name is Manita, I guess. There was a 7-car crash at the Nuremberg Raceway. They're during a qualifier. Max Verstappen was there, and he kind of just really put things into perspective. It's just one of those things. It's one of those racing deals that just happened. They don't know what happened. They don't know if it was something that was a natural causes, so to speak, or if it was like a Dale Earnhardt kind of maneuver, that thing. So, but Tyler Reddick won number 5 this year. Can you believe that, buddy?
I mean, there's some people. I had a report kind of citing back to that hasn't been done since like Dale Sr. won. Was it 5 or 6 of the first 9 races in a season?
Five that I know of. It may be 6, but that goes back to the '87 season. And the conspiracy theorists are at it again, Steve. What I tell you, they need to be, I don't know, maybe figure something out with that whole Iran deal. Maybe figure out some conspiracy. I don't know. But anyway, in Sheldon, what was his name? Taylor Gray. He won the O'Reilly's series race. Say that 5 times really quick. But I don't know if you saw the accident with Carson Kvapil there towards the beginning of the O'Reilly's race where he got upside down.
I did see the highlight reel on that. Yeah.
Yeah, and Justin Allgaier, he won the Dash for Cash. So, back to the whole NASCAR thing. Speaking of Tyler Reddick, Steve, the rumors are circulating. Here we go. Just go ahead and say it. They're thinking that Tyler Reddick's going to be signing a $7 million a year deal. So, but he's also going to be bringing on that Rockstar energy drink as a sponsor. So, I can see where the pay is going to go up for him because of all of that. But also too, the race was kind of interesting though. I mean, you had Penske's just thinking right now. I mean, they had Austin Cindric finished 12th, and Logano and Blaney just there at the bottom. And Blaney was having a decent race, and he just got just leaving the pit. He tagged AJ Allmendinger and had punctured a hole in the valence panel.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of wondering what is going on with Ford in the intermediate tracks, because Toyota's just knocking it out of the park right now. It doesn't matter what it is; they're knocking it out of the park. Because see, you have a majority of the tracks are going to be these intermediates. So the intermediate package is the one that these teams have got to really work on. But the other thing I found interesting too, it was that 3 of the 400 cars was finished in the top 10, and RFK had all 3 of their cars in the top 15. So all in all, I think RFK has figured something out that the other teams have not figured out yet. So
not a bad weekend.
No, and I don't know if Lauren Weeks, our Uber Denny Hamlin fan, is listening or not, but it's really crazy how things have changed since the start of the season. I mean, Hamlin started, he was like 23rd in the points for right around when the season started, and now he's number 2 behind Reddick. He's 105 points behind Reddick. What happened? What has really happened too? But let's see, Cletus McFarland. They had an arc at Kansas too. And of course, everybody is Cletus McFarland crazy right now. I mean, it's like they're hanging around the hauler, and they come out for driver info and introductions, and he being cheered like a rock star. And I think that's one of the good things that's come along for the ARCA series. And he is taking it slow. I do give him credit for doing it the right way, ARCA Busch Cup, instead of just trying to come in and just run straight Cup. So, but he blew a motor. He was out there trucking along doing 10th, and he wound up about 35th, if I remember right, Steve. But you got that break coming up. You want to come back?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, I was just about to say, hold the thought there. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. Ambassador Mike Waltz defended President Trump's threat to strike Iran's power plants and bridges if no deal is reached, saying all options remain on the table. Waltz appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Bridges, power plants that are run by the IRGC, which runs the entire military, are absolute legitimate military targets, not only now, but have been historically.
It follows Trump's Truth Social post accusing Iran of violating a ceasefire and escalating tensions in the Strait of Hormuz after reported ship attacks. FBI Director Kash Patel says he's suing the Atlantic after a report citing current and former officials as well as lawmakers describe him as erratic and prone to intoxication. Patel denies and calls the news fake news, saying he will fight back against what he calls false reporting. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says U.S. kids are the sickest generation in modern history.
He points to reasons he believes there's a chronic disease epidemic hitting our children.
Decades of failed policy, captured agencies, and profit-driven systems have caused it. Parents across the country demanded change, and we are delivering it.
He made the comment while appearing before the House Ways and Means Committee in a hearing Thursday examining the budget priorities of the Department of Health and Human Services. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A new poll shows President Trump's job approval rating has hit a new low.
According to the NBC News Decision Desk poll, 37% of adults approve of Trump's performance as president, while 63% disapprove. 2/3 of those surveyed also disapproved of Trump's handling of inflation and the war with Iran. Pollsters note Americans' views of the president's job performance has hit the lowest point of his second term in office. I'm Lisa Carton.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.04. Mono County, California is at $6.88 a gallon, while Comanche County, Oklahoma is down to $3.20. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? Strongtel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a Strongtel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend Strongtel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your Strongtel business system. Strongtel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning Strongtel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit Strongtel.com. That's Strongtel, STRONGTEL.com. Strongtel.
8 children are dead after a domestic-related mass shooting in Shreveport. Louisiana State Senator Sam Jenkins spoke with KTAL.
It's a tragic situation. It not only affects the Cedar Grove community, it affects our entire city to have something like this occur.
Police say suspect Shamar Elkin shot 10 people at multiple homes and died after a police chase following a carjacking. 2 women survived. Investigators say several victims were related. At least 5 people were injured after an early morning shooting on Saturday.
Iowa City police say the shooting happened at about 1:45 a.m. on Sunday on the 100 block of East College Street after a large fight outside of Reunion Brewery. One of the victims is in critical condition and the other 4 are stable. Police haven't made any arrests yet, but have posted photos of persons of interest on the Iowa City Public Safety Facebook page. I'm Elaine Lee Irvin.
Caroline Levitt says a probe is underway into the scientist disappearance cases.
The White House says it's reviewing a series of cases involving missing or deceased American scientists. Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt confirmed coordination with federal agencies and the FBI to determine whether any connection exists. Donald Trump called the situation serious, but urged caution as investigators look for answers. Officials stressed the review is ongoing with no confirmed links so far. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Gold is down 57.10 at $47.74 an ounce, while silver is lower by $1.46 at $79. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Into a Monday as we close out the weekend, time zone to time zone. Great to have you on board. How about a shout out to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 38 degrees in Iowa City, Iowa. Got my upgraded, even more powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed east at a high rate of speed for the Keystone State. I'm doing what the old-timers refer to as walking the dog. Smoldering pavement is an indication for plastic trucks to stay to the right. Please be diligent and keep their eyes open, looking for the large car imposing its will on the lesser-powered, slower trucks. How about a special shout-out to the Santa Claus from the Corn Patch? Deborah on board. Hey, Steve, was that China balloon a weather balloon? Just asking for a friend. Rubber Duck. Oh, good morning. I see you're still playing with the buttons. Happy retirement, Papy. Hope you're enjoying it with me. You know, 420 for retirement day? Oh, good Lord. Did you think of that, Papy? Oh, the coincidence. And memo to Mr. Braindead, a huge thank you for recognizing my greatness. My employee, Tyler, has won some battles, but I always win the war. Denny, number 11. All right, welcome back, Braindead.
I gotta love Lauren Weiss. We got to give him a good handle someday. But anyway, if Denny stays on the track he's going, he might actually win the championship. It may come down to Reddick and him battling for the title. I mean, that would be a good storyline. But we're still so far out in the season, anything can happen. Because you got to remember, he's got that injured shoulder. And you know that getting in and out of these cars and all these bumps and everything like that, you know he's inside that race car cringing every time. So, but I tell you, I really would like to see Denny win it. But one of the things I did hear that NASCAR is going to be doing is that they're talking about doing is, remember how you used to come down and get fuel only and take off? Remember those?
Yep.
Well, not anymore.
Splash and go.
Tires.
Splash and go.
Yep. Not anymore. You're going to have to do a 4-tire change as well. Now, we'll drop 2 into 1 here real quick. Do you remember we were talking about, Eagle was talking about Friday about the car bodies and all of that, and the Chevrolets? They are bringing back the Camaro into production. You read that, what was it, like 27, I think, on Friday, one day last week? In the NASCAR rule book, it says that in order to have a car competing in NASCAR, it has to be a production style car. Ford and Toyota have gone, you can fill in the blank, about Chevrolet, because they got rid of the Camaro. What was that, in 23 or 22, somewhere in that area? You said it, and I can't remember when. Because what they're running now is the LTZ. It is a Camaro style that's down in Australia. This is why Shane Van Gissenberg does so well on these road courses, because that's what they use down there. And from what I gather, an LTZ cannot be imported, but I'm not 1,000% sure on that. So, because all of these body parts are all plug and play. The only difference is, like we talked about before with the whole NASCAR thing, because I got something for you there, is the engine and the bumpers. And that's really the only difference. Now, my buddy listens to the show, Steve, and we got to chatting and talking Friday morning, if I remember right. And he did bring up a valid point about this whole lawsuit, and where Gibbs is coming at is the setups. They're mad that the setups got released, because all of the suspension parts you have to buy from a single source supplier, which is a valid point, because you have to have the different springs and shock ratios and setups and all of that. But the thing, though, is that they're really not looking at is a driving style. You know, you're the crew chief for Ty Gibbs. His driving style could be 360 degrees opposite for I can't think of who he's at over at Spire with. You know, because some of them, they like that car loose in, tight off, or tight in, loose off, or different corners. I mean, there's 1,001 different scenarios here that they can run, because every driver drives those cars differently. But did you happen to see the big media blow up with Kyle Busch?
Yeah, it was between he and Denny, right?
Yeah. Lauren Weiss, he kind of like pokes the bear, and so does like Denny Hamlin, because Hamlin said pretty much that, Kyle Busch needs to learn how to drive these Gen 7 cars. And he's right. Kyle is not a bad driver. He doesn't need to retire. Kyle's got to figure this car out, because, see, if you go back and look at the Gen 6 and prior cars, he was one of the ones that was unstoppable. Literally, you pretty much right. Kyle Larson, part 2, And when they got to this Gen 7 car, they sucked the car to the ground. The aerodynamics in this thing is a lot different, and it handles a lot different. And he can't quite figure out can't figure it out. And I love Denny's comments. That was maybe he needs to get some instruction from his teammate. And if you go look at today's race, Kyle Busch finished 24th, and Austin finished 16th. If I remember my standing right. But Kyle Busch did respond, and I love his response. He said that any time Denny Hamlin wants to come show him something, he's willing to learn. So, I mean, I don't know. But the thing, though, Kyle Busch has got to look at, too, at the end of the year, he's a free agent. So if he doesn't re-sign with Childress, where will he go? He can't go back to Gibbs. He can't go back to Hendrick. You know, I mean, he's got to go to one of these lower teams, like a Trackhouse or Hayek Motorsports or one of those teams. And they even have decent equipment. It's not the best. It's going to be decent, Steve. But so how was your weekend there, buddy?
I had a good weekend. Celebrated Tina's birthday there Friday night. Yeah, big old birthday cake, and the girls had a good time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did that nasty four-letter word here too, Steve, hauling the groceries around because, you know, today's my off day, and I got plenty to do, Steve. So with that being said, my friend, you have a good morning. We'll see you later.
All right, thanks for checking in. Always have a good day, best you can do. You know, because Mondays are Mondays. Energy Secretary Chris Wright this past day, I guess he's just trying to prepare us, get used to the status quo for a while. He said gas prices have peaked, but predicted they'll stay above $3 a gallon until next year. As we've seen, the U.S. and Israel war with Iran, creating political headwinds for the president ahead of the midterms, where the Republican Party tries to defend very slim majorities in the Senate and the House. Gas below $3 a gallon could happen later this year. That might not happen till next year. But he said prices have likely peaked, and they'll start going down, speaking on CNN's State of the Union. Yeah, certainly with the resolution of this conflict, you'll see prices go down. But as we all know, that's all definitely in limbo right now. If their deal is not reached and we go back to dropping bombs, administration officials have offered differing views on how gas prices might shift. Treasury Secretary last week, Scott Bessent, predicted prices would fall to the $3 per gallon range sometime this summer, while Wright Sunday led out a lengthier timeline. The president himself has said gas prices may remain elevated until November. All of them have predicted prices will eventually get cheaper again once the war ends. Under $3 a gallon is pretty tremendous in inflation-adjusted terms, but we'll get back there. Average price for a gallon this past day was $4.05, according to AAA. Of course, the war, the impact on oil delivery, has the airlines warning of potential jet fuel shortages. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy this past day said jet fuel will become more plentiful as the conflict recedes. So a small disruption, hopefully for a short period of time, but in the long run, it becomes cheaper for Americans to travel because of decreased jet fuel prices. 844-844-3388. Back into
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot's secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
So I do believe it was a step forward for Jeff Bezos' space business, Blue Origin, successfully reusing one of their heavy rockets for the first time. That's a big leap toward catching up with Elon Musk's SpaceX. The Amazon billionaire's New Glenn rocket took off from Cape Canaveral, Florida, this past afternoon, carrying a satellite into orbit. The booster, which had already been used in an earlier mission, then returned to touchdown on the floating landing pad in the Atlantic. This is the first time Blue Origin has successfully reused and then landed a New Glenn heavy booster. The idea that was pioneered by Mr. Musk's SpaceX. Falcon 9 rockets have undertaken hundreds of missions recycling the old boosters. But these two have a long rivalry of one-upsmanship in the space industry. Both billionaires founded their rocket companies around the same time, more than 25 years ago, both seeking to develop rockets that can be used multiple times. They've launched satellite networks intended to cover the planet in that web of communication satellites. Both are planning to fire artificial intelligence data centers into space. Now, Musk has repeatedly accused Bezos of copying his space endeavors. But Mr. Bezos' New Glenn rocket, which is substantially larger than the Falcon 9, and can carry much larger payloads. But it's taken many years to develop, and they've suffered several delayed missions. So yesterday's mission was New Glenn's third successful launch, although it failed to successfully carry the satellite payload into its intended orbit. Blasted off at 7:25 a.m. local time after a short delay, the booster, called Never Tell Me the Odds, landing safely about 10 minutes later. However, Blue Origin confirmed this satellite had been powered on, but placed into a off-nominal orbit, which they say is technical speak for being in the wrong place. It was a telecom satellite from AST that was intended to carry mobile signals for companies including Vodafone. So an off-nominal orbit. I don't know, what does that mean? It's kind of like a piece of space junk right now they launched? Or what's going on, Philip?
Not much, buddy. You've heard of anomaly. When we have an anomaly, that means something happened to the vehicle that shouldn't have happened. Well, it's the same thing with that. It's in an orbit it doesn't need to be in. So now we got to figure out how we're going to move it.
Okay.
Now, satellites do have thrusters, They're not like the ones you see on the side of a capsule or on the side of a space shuttle or something like that. The ones they have are little small things, and they just move things gradually, changing the orbit that way. Which, when you go in the wrong orbit, depending on how far you're away from where your intended orbit is, it could take them months to move it. So it's a big mess up on Blue Origin's behalf. It's not to say it to be detrimental of their job, but when you put a customer's piece into space, if they lose that satellite, you're talking millions of dollars, Steve.
Right.
And that's millions of dollars the customer's out of that Mr. Bezos is probably going to have to pay back in some kind of insurance type of claim thing. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not like, oh, well, I'm sorry, I screwed up your $50 million satellite there. It isn't like that. I mean, there's going to be some repercussions financially to Blue Origin for that if they can't fix that satellite situation. And trust me, they're figuring it out right now. They're trying to figure out how they can fix it. Because that's what that business is about. I was actually talking to Eskimo Mom and Blind Man and the dude down there in Arkansas that takes care of everybody, and he knows who he is.
Mm-hmm.
And yesterday, right before that launch, and Blind Man was talking about Rocket Lab. And that's why Rocket Lab is kind of down now, because they're still figuring out how to get that thing up there properly. They've got the rocket part of it figured out. It's just getting the customer's payload where it needs to go so it can be in the right orbit, just like they experienced yesterday. And that can be just as detrimental to the company as if that booster didn't land back on that LPV. I saw the landing. It looked good. They landed it right on a ship, and they don't land on a barge like Elon's got set up. They got an actual ship that they land theirs on, because the thing is so huge. They have to make sure it's safe and everything so they can bring it back quickly, whereas Elon doesn't have to do a lot of that with the Falcon 9. If you get a chance, Steve, when this thing comes back to the Port Canaveral, get a chance to see it come back when they bring it on the ship, and see it compared to a SpaceX rocket. It looks like SpaceX rocket looks like a little bitty guy compared to this thing. It's huge. It's 320-something feet tall. I mean, it's big. It's as big as that orange rocket that you guys like there, that big orange rocket. So, but it was a good launch. I got outside. I got a great picture of the contrail from it. It was so quick, I didn't get a chance to catch the rocket itself. I got a great picture of the contrail I can send you. But it was a good launch. I mean, I stood outside in the morning and watched it. It was cool. It was very cool. But he's got a lot of work, and it's only his third launch with this rocket.
Right.
And he's got 4 of them built, from what I understand. So, but Steve, I want to move on to something else that I heard yesterday, and I'm pretty sure you guys have probably talked about it already on the show. Have you talked about what the United States Postal Service has done?
The no longer contributing temporarily to the pension fund. Is that where I'm assuming that's where he's headed. Yeah, that's a good topic to move on to following a news break, because that's what we got coming up here. Meanwhile, plenty of room for you here on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. A little break in the action as far as severe weather here as we start the new week. Things come midweek appear that they may get interesting once again. Some of the same areas that were hit hard last week with multiple rounds. First news, a service of industrial injection. Heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions, from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines, built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. IndustrialInjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. Ambassador Mike Waltz defended President Trump's threat to strike Iran's power plants and bridges if no deal is reached. Waltz appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Bridges, power plants that are run by the IRGC, which runs the entire military, are absolute legitimate military targets, not only now, but have been historically.
It follows Trump's Truth Social post accusing Iran of violating a ceasefire and escalating tensions in the Strait of Hormuz after reported ship attacks. FBI Director Kash Patel says he's suing the Atlantic after a report citing current and former officials as well as lawmakers describe him as erratic and prone to intoxication. Patel denies and calls the news fake news, saying he will fight back against what he calls false reporting. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.04. Mono County, California is at $6.88 a gallon, while Comanche County, Oklahoma is down to $3.20. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Sommers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers Show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, just rolling into a Monday. Yeah, thanks for being on board. Hope you had a good weekend. Hello to Billy. Morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive. Happy greatest day of the week. There you go. Have a great day. All right, let me get back to Philip. Talking U.S. Postal Service. Yeah, so I'm Steve. Is my assumption correct? You're talking about the pension contribution thing?
No.
Something else.
You've been talking about for months, buddy. The U.S. Postal Service now, if you are a contractor and you work for the United States Postal Service, you cannot have anybody that is a non-domiciled CDL or is not vented to work in that establishment as of May 1st. So if you are a postal contractor and you have a non-domiciled CDL, are you not been vented properly to be in America, you are not allowed to work at the Postal Service. And that came out over the weekend. I didn't know if you guys had heard about it or not.
I had not seen the May 1st update. I know they when the rule first came down about the non-domiciled CDL, they tried it only to find out they had so many non-domiciled, I guess, contractors working for them. They had to kind of kick the can down the road.
Well, they're not kicking it down now. They're going legit with it, and I'm glad the government stepped up. So somebody either in the Department of Transportation or the FMSCA, or some of those guys talked with them and said, "Hey, get your act together and let's go." I mean, you expect the government to the presidents and set the standard if they're going to do everything, right, Steve?
Absolutely.
And that's what should happen. And I don't care if they work for the government or not. If there's something like this is passed, it needs to be taken care of. It's affecting a lot of things out here right now. It's going to affect a lot of things with the Postal Service. And the Postal Service is going through a lot of hard times right now. And I want to appreciate Eskimo Mom yesterday for shooting me a story about C.H. Robinson. I don't know, did you see that one, Steve, on CBS?
Yes, we did touch on that. Correct. So kind of they were following up on the 60 Minutes episode from the week before, and that was about a 10-minute segment they ran.
Absolutely, and you know what? Kudos to them because they brought a little information to my head that I'd never seen before. I know I'd heard about Delilah's Law, and you hear these names when they're named for it, and that kind of stuff, but you don't put two and two together. But when you physically see a child that has been disabled due to something happening, and her dad is a truck driver, and that's pretty powerful stuff there, Steve. What do you think?
They were actually in Louisville, Delilah and her dad. I did not get to personally meet them, but the guys at OIDA, Louis Pugh and whatnot, they got to meet up with them. And I guess they were there. Derek Bars, of course, was there and talking Delilah's Law.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've heard about this law and what's been going down and how it's transpiring and all that kind of stuff. And there was a lot of folks that got upset about certain things, me included, and, it affects a lot of people with a CDL. But the thing about it is, it's like, when you actually see the person that it's named after, and her father was talking in that segment about how we could do background checks a little bit more vigilant about it. And by the way, Steve, Did you hear about that C.H. Robinson deal? They said that they have a $300 fee that you have to pay as well. Okay, that $300, is that all admin charges? Does it go to a background check? You know, I mean, when a lot of you guys out there who are owner-operators go and look at a company that you want to haul for, or a broker, background check them jokers and see where all their fees and all that stuff, hold them accountable to what you're getting into. Because it seems like to me there's a lot of people out there that want to get into the industry, and they just jump into it before they know what they've gotten into.
Yeah.
And we don't background check the people that we are going to work for. And I think we need to do that. Even as a private individual out on the street, a regular Joe, you need to check out your employer. If you're going to apply for somebody, you need to background check them. You need to find out what if they're reputable and what's going on with them. And find out if they're going to charge you fees like that, $300 fee. Where's that at? Is that for administration fees, or is that for background checks? What is that for? And figure out every bit of where all your money, because when you're an owner operator, you gotta mind your pennies.
Yep.
I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, that's everybody in general. But being your own truck, you do that. And I'm really surprised that they haven't carried or made brokers carry responsibility for accidents. That's amazing. If it's your load and you're involved with it, you're going to be involved on the dime if somebody tears up something. I mean, that's the way it should be. You know what I mean? What do you think, Steve?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. I mean, margins are razor thin to begin with in the trucking industry as a whole, and those $300 fees can add up and knock you down to where you're making nothing.
$300 could be a partial fuel load nowadays. Okay? And when you're a driver, you got to have a lot of capital when you own your own truck. And when I mean capital I mean you have to have a lot of money set aside in contingency in case something happens. And $300 can be the difference between you going from point A to point B.
Yeah.
I mean, it don't sound like much to the average person nowadays, because you know what? Throwing away $20 now is no big deal. But you throw away $20 10 times, that's $200. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And when it turns into multiple things, especially when you're running deadhead miles. If you're running deadhead miles and you're not making any money and you're trying to go from point A to point B to get a load to get back home or get somewhere to be in the right area to do what you need to do, that deadhead miles can kill you. Not so much about the repairing of the truck, which that's another thing that we don't put into the equation, but the deadhead miles alone on a truck can kill you in fuel, especially now when it's $5 plus a gallon. That's what I saw at our Walmart yesterday. It was $5.36 a gallon for diesel. You know, so you got to pinch your pennies, and it's a big deal. You know, I mean, you got to watch whatever you do. And the companies are the same way. And you guys, I know a lot of guys out there complain about the trucks being slow, but that's the reason why the company slowed them down, was because they wanted their MPG. They didn't care about you getting fast from point A to point B. They wanted MPG. They want miles per gallon. I know it sucks, but it's a sad reality of trucking. Unless you own your own rig, and then you're paying for your MPG. And that's what I mean. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you. And by the way, there is one thing that Kyle Busch didn't figure out, that Denny Hamlin never figured out, and that was a championship. Now, Denny, he's a great driver. He's won a lot of races. He knows how to drive a Gen 7 car. I know Kyle's still trying to figure that out. As long as Richard Childers and them are with him, they're trying to figure it out too. It ain't just Kyle. It's Richard Childers and that whole team.
Yep.
But Denny Hamlin needs to sit down and talk to Michael Jordan and Joe Gibbs, because they're his bosses or they're his friends, and figure out what's going on with the championship. I was one of the guys that was pulling for Denny last year when he got really close and lost the championship. But Denny needs to figure out a championship. If you're going to sit down and talk about somebody can't figure out a car, and you're going to make the stuff that he made on the podcast, Well, you know what? That's repercussions for us to say, hey, dude, why haven't you figured out a championship? Because he hasn't. And he's raced the same team for how many years? And how many different cars has he been in? Now, what happened with Kyle when he figured out all those cars years ago and actually won championships? That's what the big picture is. That's why Michael Jordan's pushing Tyler Reddick right now to win. If you notice, Tyler Reddick is driving his wheels off right now because he knows he needs to win a championship. And that's what it takes. And Denny's got to learn that. Denny's got to learn that big time. You have to drive the wheels off of that car every race and make it count. So that's just my opinion. I'll see y'all later. Y'all have a good night, and everybody be safe out there. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick, can he keep the momentum going, though? That's the question. Yeah, from the Lucky Dog on Track, where they follow racing, NASCAR. The year 1987. Dale Earnhardt at the peak of his power, bulldozing through the field, winning 6 of the first 9 races that season. The start of a run that would become the stuff of NASCAR legend, as Earnhardt eventually won that year's championship. Here we are, nearly 4 decades later. That kind of dominance still feels untouchable. But at Kansas Speedway, Tyler Reddick brought that history roaring back to life, matching a milestone many thought would remain frozen in time. There you go. Yeah, that was Tyler Reddick summing up a race that flipped on its head in the final moments at Kansas Speedway by beating Christopher Bell by just 0.118 seconds. This win makes Tyler Reddick the first driver since 1987 to win 5 out of the first 9 races to start a season, a long considered untouchable benchmark. Well, until now. Yeah, for most of the race yesterday, it had the feel of a chess match rather than a chaotic sprint. Long green flag runs, allowing pit cycles to dictate the running order. And it was Denny Hamlin who paid that game to perfection. Pitting early on lap 216, executed a textbook undercut, cycling out with the lead of more than 4 seconds once the rest of the field had completed their stops. Tyler was never far behind, having pitted just ahead of Christopher Bell. He emerged in second, began methodically reeling Denny in. With about 15 laps to go, that gap shrank rapidly, and by the 10-lap mark, Reddick's fresher tires gave him the edge that he needed. Powering past Hamlin on turn 1, seemingly taking control of the race, but of course Kansas had one more twist. Navigating lapped traffic, Tyler Reddick brushed the wall with just 3 laps remaining, handed the lead back to Hamlin, appeared to seal his fate. It looked like the opportunity had slipped away at the worst possible moment. Then came the break he could not have predicted. A spin by Cody Ware, the race's first true incident, brings out a late caution to reset the field for a 2-lap overtime shootout. Under yellow, the leaders opted for 2 tires, Hamlin winning the race off pit road, but the restart turned into chaos. Reddick, Hamlin, Bell went 3 wide into the corner, slight contact, sending Bell into the wall. Scrambling, the order behind, up front, Kyle Larson looked poised to win his 32-race winless streak, but in a dramatic final corner move, Tyler Reddick dove to the bottom, snatched the lead at the line. A race defined by precision, patience, perfectly timed opportunity. Another one of those scenarios where just being at the right place at the right time, which means you got to be toward the front at the end of the race. But how about that? 5 out of the first 9.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, honestly, if I had to wager a guess, I suspect it wasn't really just an accident. According to the report, 2 U.S. officials and 2 Mexican officials assigned to combat cartel operations died in a car accident in the northern Mexican state of Chihuahua this past day. According to the U.S. Embassy, the Mexican officials were the director of the state's investigation agency and an officer, according to state authorities. They were on an operation to destroy clandestine laboratories in the municipality of Morelos. No details immediately available about the U.S. officials. According to Ambassador Ronald Johnson, this tragedy is a solemn reminder of the risk faced by those Mexican and U.S. officials who are dedicated to protecting our communities. It strengthens our resolve to continue their mission and advance our shared commitment. Yeah, like I said, thinking the accident would be what? More or less a staged accident to take those officials out. Cartel hit, in other words. I'll see what's Buckwheat been up to?
Oh, yes, guess what? We're looking our way to New York City. I can't believe that, but I caught something, an updated story over the weekend about, I shared it on your fan page there, about last week there was a truck driver that got killed adjusting his straps along 78 up here, and he got hit by a hit-and-run driver, and they've caught the driver down in Louisiana a week later. And to me, what was really shocking and surprising is they were able to pick out the vehicle that they were looking for and then found out the license plate, and then they were tracking the person as he was traveling with the license plate readers along the highway and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And they were following him all the way down to Louisiana. And I was like, wow, I guess no more like Smokey and the Bandit movies, you know. I was always on the side of against the cops in that movie, but you know, nowadays they have technology, and if you do something stupid, they're going to catch you. And they in the story it said that the truck driver, still had pieces of the truck that he hit still embedded in the truck.
Wow.
That he was driving, and so I'm not sure what pieces or it was, but anyhow they were able to find the guy, and so that's a good thing. I mean, sometimes things happen and you make a mistake, and it's best to own up to it. We do offer forgiveness and stuff like that, but I'm not sure what the details of the accident were, but the guy's name did sort of sound sort of foreign, so I'm not sure if he was a illegal immigrant or what the deal was. But anyhow, that's the way it is there. But also, I just read in this weekend up Seven Mountains there on 322 going towards State College, a truck driver had fallen into the reservoir there, and now in the town of Lewistown up there, they're sort of concerned about their drinking water because this truck crashed into the reservoir, and that's where they get their drinking water from. So
I saw that.
They're trying to do quick water testing, so I'm not sure how long that's going to take. But I guess you can't drink the water, but I guess you can use it for other means. But anyhow, this weekend we had the PA relief sale that I attended, and had Aston Mario Kart up there, and we went to, me and him, they had a little booth there from the MDS service, which is a Mennonite service that goes around and helps people clean up, when hurricanes or floods or whatever come along. And in this trailer, they simulated going through a hurricane, and as you're watching a video screen, and when the trailer starts shaking and then the roof blows off, and then you get wet, it rains down on you. And that was sort of interesting. And Ashton Mario Kart there, he thought it was the greatest thing. He was laughing. I guess you'd feel a little different if you actually went through one, but that was the way it is. And one of the things there that they have is fresh donuts, and I made sure I got myself a dozen of them. And not quite as good as they used to be. They used to make the potato donuts, but they don't make that no more. But still, fresh donuts are better than nothing. But so on a Sunday here yesterday in the church service, you normally try to be nice and quiet and reverent, while the preacher is preaching. And the minister was talking about gluttony, and he was sharing an experience that he happened at Chick-fil-A when somebody was trying to order a 32-ounce milkshake. And
okay. If you could hold the thought, 32-ounce milkshake. Okay, sounds good to me. I prefer the malt, chocolate malt. News, a service of industrial injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. Fuel injection, turbochargers, engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Florida Senator Rick Scott defended President Trump's posture towards Iran, saying military force is justified in order to prevent a nuclear weapon and protect Americans. Scott appeared on Fox News.
I mean, this president finally is doing the right thing. He's going to hold them accountable. So no nuclear weapons, no ability to do ballistic missiles to continue to kill Americans. And I mean, what's so great is if something good could happen here, we can have peace and prosperity in the Middle East.
He also dismisses Democratic claims of an illegal war and argued presidents have long had authority to act without a formal war declaration. FBI Director Kash Patel says he's suing The Atlantic after a report citing current and former officials, as well as lawmakers who describe him as erratic and prone to intoxication. Patel denies and calls this fake news, saying he will fight back against what he calls false reporting.
We are not going to take this laying down. You want to attack my character? Come at me. Bring it on. I'll see you in court.
Patel appeared on Fox Sunday Morning Futures. Elon Musk proposes a universal high income as an AI job solution.
Elon Musk is sparking debate after proposing a government-funded universal high income to address job losses from artificial intelligence. Musk argues AI-driven productivity would prevent inflation, but many economists strongly disagree, warning of economic risks. Meanwhile, Andrew Yang, who championed universal basic income, expressed cautious support. The idea highlights growing questions over how to balance innovation, jobs, and economic stability in an AI-driven future. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Lundberg Family Farms is recalling around 4,500 2-pound bags of organic jasmine white rice nationwide due to possible foreign material contamination. The recall impacts products sold at retailers. That includes Wegmans and Target. No illnesses have yet been reported. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A mishap at Centennial Airport in Colorado this morning after a plane left the runway.
We had a report of a Cessna 172 aircraft that went off runway 17 right at Centennial Airport with one soul on board.
South Metro Fire says the pilot was treated on scene for unspecified injuries. He's okay. The airport will investigate what caused this incident. The 130th Boston Marathon runs on Monday with tens of thousands of runners from around the world on Patriots Day. The forecast calls for mid to upper 40s with scattered showers. Coverage begins at 9 a.m. The National Mall in Washington, D.C. will be hosting the Great American State Fair this summer in order to celebrate the nation's 250th birthday.
Freedom 250 announced plans for the 16-day exposition Thursday. The event runs June 25th through July 10th and spans from the U.S. Capitol to the Washington Monument. It features live music, carnival rides, and dozens of hands-on activities. All 56 states and territories are showcased at the fair. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
West Texas Intermediate crude, which is the domestic benchmark, is at $90 a barrel for crude, while Brent, the foreign benchmark, is at $96 a barrel. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.04 a gallon. The highest prices are found in Mono County, California at $6.88, while the lowest is in Comanche County, Oklahoma, $3.20. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
There we go as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. Where are we at? 20th day of April, just like that. Obviously, last week was a very active week weather-wise. A lot of severe weather impacting central portions of the country. Traditionally, the month of May is the peak month nationally when it comes to tornadic activity. An average of 275 to 294 tornadoes. The 2026 forecast. Overall, AccuWeather predicting anywhere from 1,050 to 1,250 tornadoes. Pretty close to the historical average, but warns of a potentially severe season due to the transition from La Nina to El Nino. Expect an increased likelihood of severe thunderstorms, damaging winds, heavy downpours, flash flooding, and maybe a bit of a shift in Tornado Alley. The peak risk area shifts geographically as the season progresses. Typically, the South experiencing more tornadoes in March and April. The North seeing more activity in June and July. Obviously, a lot of the activity last week was way up in the northern sector. We got a bit of a break in the action right now here to start the week. Things are anticipated to become much more active in the second half of the week ahead here. I'll give you more on that coming up. But we left off there, buckwheat. It was a little message on gluttony.
Yeah. And when the pastor said something about Chick-fil-A and that he was seeing this guy, he wanted a 32-ounce milkshake, but they wouldn't sell it to him. But so he had to buy 3 small ones, but they wouldn't even pour it into the big cup. He had to do it himself.
Yeah.
But anyhow, when the minister said the name Chick-fil-A, Ashton Martin, that's normally his famous. He likes to go to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
And he proudly says, real loud, Chick-fil-A in the middle of the church service. Anyhow, I thought it was loud. I asked the minister afterwards if he heard it, and he said no, he didn't. But so I guess it seemed louder to me. But, when you're sort of embarrassed when your child sort of speaks out in church when you're not supposed to. But anyhow, we all had a good laugh, and, but, yeah, Ashton keeps stuff exciting, and anyhow, but yep. So we're on our way to New York City here. We got ice cream today, and turkey and eggs and salami, and then we're going to be picking up hamburgers and hot dogs and imported groceries, and come on back and have tomorrow off, and I guess we'll do whatever we do on our off days, just try to stay out of trouble.
Right.
Keep Prima Wheat happy, and when she's happy, everybody's happy. But looking forward to meeting you in a couple weeks there at the Mother's Day convoy. And that's pretty much all I have, and we'll speak at you later.
Well, I appreciate you checking in here on the greatest day of the week. There you go. 844-844-3388. So, after a lull of severe weather across the central states early this week, looks like the risk will be renewed once again mid to late week. Some of the areas impacted by severe weather last week will again be at risk for additional storms. Starting Wednesday, thunderstorms expected to blossom from North and South Dakota again into much of western Minnesota. Storms in that zone could be strong, perhaps severe Wednesday night. Primary threat will be hail. They saw a lot of that last week. Localized damaging winds, 60 miles per hour, and downpours. A more widespread area at risk for severe thunderstorms Thursday and Thursday night, as a storm and associated front will track across the central U.S., interacting with that northward surge of moisture coming out of the Gulf. Hail, isolated tornadoes, localized damaging winds, 60 to 70 miles per hour. Local gusts could reach 85. The storms Thursday and Thursday night could affect the commute and flights in some major cities, including Oklahoma City, Kansas City, Missouri, on up into the Minneapolis area. As we look toward the end of the week, that storm and associated front will slowly make its way east, bringing a corridor of showers and thunderstorms Friday and Friday night across portions of the Mississippi Valley and Gulf Coast states. Some storms in that area could be locally severe. Any rain that does not cause flooding would be welcomed, especially from eastern Texas and much of Arkansas to western Alabama. Much of that area is experiencing severe to extreme drought conditions, according to the latest from the U.S. Drought Monitor. Let's check, see, Eagle, back with us here. Are you hanging in there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Okay, yeah, Steve, I want to go back over these ghost companies, the trucking industry, and talk back a little bit about NASCAR. As you know, the super ego people, I told you earlier that they had changed the name of the company. I haven't seen none of these new trucks going down the road with the new name, but I guess they'll probably put some duct tape on the door, and tape it on there and change out. I've seen, like I told you earlier, I've seen a few super egos this weekend, but not many. These drivers, are going down the road. Like I said, they probably ain't got too much freight to haul right now because their name is all over the news. In 60 Minutes, get them totally exposed. So a lot of people saw that report. So hopefully people will try to get that enforced with them so they can operate their vehicles in the U.S. Because these are not good people. And there's several other companies out there that are doing the same thing, Steve, from other countries too. It's not just Serbia. It's, these countries, everybody knows, well, most people, truck drivers, know about the Chicago. Chicago is another hot spot where a lot of these bogus companies come from. With the out of the country, Russians and all that, they come here to they make easy money in the United States and keep that money over there in Russia, and they don't care who they employ to drive their trucks. So these type of people, like you said earlier, Steve. Last week they only got 300 people for over 700,000 trucking companies. So you see what the problem is. They got to have more inspectors. They got to have more people out here trying to inspect these trucks and inspect these companies, and so they get these ghost companies and these bad people off the road. And that it only makes it better for the good people and the good companies, like me, people who's driving for a legitimate company, and it makes it help us get more freight because they taking freight away from us that they don't deserve. So the quicker they get them off the road and out of the country, the better. It's just more money for me and other truck drivers to make, the way I see it. Now, as far as this other situation goes, Steve, with NASCAR, I'll talk about that right quick, and then I want to say one more thing about this Iran deal. NASCAR today, they ran in Kansas. I didn't get a chance to see the whole race. I just seen the end of it on highlights, and looked like it was pretty decent race at the end with Larson and the guy from I keep forgetting whatever his name is. The guy that's won 5 races. They had a good race for the final lap. Looked like Larson got passed by that driver. So he's off to a hell of a start. 5 races, won already. Now, as far as Kyle Busch goes, Steve, I think it's over for Kyle Busch. He was one of my favorite, drivers, even though he has a bad attitude. He's always had a bad attitude. And, he doesn't get along with anybody except for himself. But, he's having a bad year. And he ended up just like a lot of the former big-name stars, people that stay longer than they should. They just running around at the back of the pack, and he's just another one of those guys from NASCAR that made that same stayed too long. He should have left a year or two ago, but he might get lucky and win one more race. But his days of winning championships are over. Kyle Busch. Sometimes you have to realize when it's time to go, Steve. Your talent is not where it used to be, and his talent is not where it used to be. And plus, I've heard this same rumor, Steve, about. When drivers first come into the sport, they're young, 22, 23 years old. A lot of them don't have no family, no wife and kids. So they take more risk when they drive, and the risk that they'll take because they want to, they're young and they don't have nothing to lose. Right. But once they start having a family and wife and kids and all that, then you start driving different because, you don't want to get hurt or injured or maybe lose your life because you got a family that you have now. So I've noticed that once people start getting their families and everything, the reckless, the more they start driving a lot different. They don't drive the way that they used to, and when they were single with no wife and kids, and they don't have no responsibility. So Kyle Busch has a family now, and he's not going to take those type of risks that he used to when he was 21, 22. So he might as well go ahead on and quit. Retire. He'll be a Hall of Fame driver and, lead with some dignity and respect instead of just riding around in the back of the pack every week. So that's the way I see it with him. Now, as far as the Iran goes, Steve, like I told you earlier, this situation is getting worse and worse. At some point, I don't think there's no negotiating with these people, Steve. These people are determined they're going to have a nuclear weapon. I believe that even if a deal is signed, Steve, they're not going to abide by the rules. I would, if I signed a deal with them, I would have to, be able to go in there every 6 months or so, or at least every year, to inspect the facilities and make sure that these people are not trying to start up their program again. I hope people don't really think that just because they sign a deal that means the program is over. These people are down and dirty, low down. They're not going to abide by no line in the sand.
Right.
Even if they get lucky enough to sign a deal with these losers, they can't be trusted. So at some point, Steve, Donald Trump, he's going to have to take some serious action. I don't know right now what can really be done, because the ground war, it's going to be hard to win a ground war if they want to take over the whole damn country and get into Tehran. There's over, because you don't know who you're fighting. Some of these people, they all look alike, and they could, they have women and kids that are doing their deal. It'll be a bloody situation. There's going to be a lot of American blood on the ground if Trump decides to put boots on the ground, and I think it's a very bad mistake. I don't know how they can actually end this thing, but either way it is, it's not going to be pretty. And I believe when it's all said and done, Steve, from what I've just judging by the past 2 months, at this point, I don't think no deal is going to be done with these people, because they are determined to have a nuclear weapon, and it seems like they're not going to abide by anything. So I'm throwing up my hands right now. And as far as I'm concerned, when that deal expires on Monday or Tuesday, Trump needs to go ahead and start bombing and blow up whatever they got left to blow up, to make an example out of these people, because they've shown that they can't be trusted. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, that's a lot has changed over the past week. I haven't had an opportunity. I have to pull up, see how are the markets reacting overseas as we get the new week started. I know oil prices kind of surged early Sunday with the news of the Strait being shuttered again. All right, clear lines, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Yeah, of course, we all know it's that time. Orange barrels, orange cones, everywhere you look. Construction season, it is in full swing. So, National Work Zone Awareness Week. Hoping to educate motorists about safe driving habits in work zones. The annual spring campaign held at the start of construction season, aiming to protect highway workers, encouraging drivers use extra caution while traveling through work zones. Started by the Virginia Department of Transportation, 1997. It went national in the year 2000, coordinated by the American Traffic Safety Services Association. It has grown through partnerships with the FMCSA, the Department of Transportation, and numerous state DOTs. A schedule of planned nationwide events for National Work Zone Awareness Week includes today, Monday, April 20th. It'll be Work Zone Safety Training Day. Safety demonstrations and discussions about safety policies encouraged as part of this day. Tuesday, April 21st, there'll be a kickoff event hosted by the Connecticut DOT. Wednesday, April 22nd, is what they call Go Orange Day. All roadway safety professionals across the country encouraged to wear orange to show their support of work zone safety. Thursday of this week, coming up here, social media storm. Organizations, companies, institutions asked to post via social media using the hashtags NWZAW or Work Zone Safety throughout the day. And coming up this Friday, April 24th, a moment of silence, a tribute to those who've lost their lives in work zone crashes, and there have been many. In addition to the national event, a number of local events are planned all over the country. In addition to National Work Zone Awareness Week, the FMCSA is reminding truck drivers that April is Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Professional drivers are highly trained, bring years of experience, understanding firsthand what it takes to operate safely, they say. But even with that expertise, distraction can still create dangerous situations. The FMCSA encourages truckers, take simple steps that make a real difference. Put your phone away. Set your navigation before you leave. Stay focused on the road. All right. National Construction Awareness underway this week. And got to remember wear the orange. Who's got an orange shirt for Wednesday? Go Orange Day. Meanwhile, news break just around the corner. Well, I believe someone forwarded this to me over the weekend. It may have been Papy, I'm not sure. The warning signs, they say, came long before a tractor-trailer skidded across the median of I-75 in Ohio and struck a pickup and an SUV on Christmas Eve in 2022, killing 4 members of the same family, one of whom was actually pregnant. This kind of stems back to the CBS investigation that's now getting lots of attention nationally. More just ahead. First, news, a service of industrial injection since 1985. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. U.S. Ambassador Mike Walls defended President Trump's threat to strike Iran's power plants and bridges if no deal is reached. Waltz appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Bridges, power plants that are run by the IRGC, which runs the entire military, are absolute legitimate military targets, not only now, but have been historically.
It follows Trump's Truth Social post accusing Iran of violating a ceasefire and escalating tensions in the Strait of Hormuz after reported ship attacks. FBI Director Kash Patel says he's suing the Atlantic after a report citing current and former officials as well as lawmakers describe him as erratic and prone to intoxication. Patel denies and calls the news fake news, saying he will fight back against what he calls false reporting. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.04. Mono County, California is at $6.88 a gallon, while Comanche County, Oklahoma is down to $3.20. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Back at it here, and plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Okay, somewhere in the mix, I'm going to flip back over here and find that. You do a quick search. Yeah, how many companies fall under the umbrella of superego? There's a ton of them. They say there's a network of over 24 plus U.S.-based carriers and trucking companies known for utilizing multiple entities, such as Floyd Trans, Rocket Expediting, E7 Logistics, oftentimes switching between them to evade that regulatory oversight, continuing operating after high accident rates. That's what CBS 60 Minutes had highlighted, and many others, trying to put them under the microscope. Affiliated entities. I mentioned a few there: Floyd Trans, Rocket Expediting, a number of others: Windy City, Hadar, Twin Carrier, TriTime LLC, E7 Logistics, AM Hotshots, Crena Transportation Services LLC, Hayter Daywood, and Enlightened Truckers of America LLC. The enterprise, they say, has grown to over 24 carriers in just 7 years, with hubs, of course, in Elmhurst, Illinois, and Jacksonville, Florida. There are some links to identify the specific safety records of those companies, the list of which are currently active, to provide a bit of context on the 60 Minutes investigation regarding these particular companies. But going back to the 2022 incident, they said the warning signs appeared long before the incident occurred, killing 4 BLF Truck Transportation. The shipper contracted to carry a load of flowers was formerly known as JAJ Trucking. Before that, it operated as JDA Transportation. Oh, and before that, it was ADA Logistics. Each company was flagged by federal regulators following safety concerns, only for the trucks to return to the road under a new name with the government's approval. Trucking operators that evade regulators by changing names and registration information are so common that, of course, as we know, they have a name. Chameleon carriers, the deadly shell game on the highways with a track record of devastation that this has persisted for decades. Despite repeated promises of government crackdowns, the CBS investigation last week uncovered one of the more pervasive schemes in this country. Whistleblowers and drivers alleging erased safety records, falsified driving logs, wage theft. Now, an exclusive CBS News analysis of billions of U.S. Department of Transportation data records has found the federal government approved more than 10,000 new trucking companies over the last 5 years, run by the same officers or relatives operating at the same facilities or using the same trucks as defunct companies with serious safety records. That is one of every 100 new applicants since 2021. The reconstituted carriers, 4.1 times more likely to be involved in serious crashes as companies that are not reincarnated. At least 141 people died in crashes with them over the last 5 years. Another 1,800 injured. Thousands of these cases were brazen, with the same person registering a new company at the same address. Others using post office boxes, mail drops, or even hotel addresses instead of the physical address required by federal regulations. Hundreds faked identifying information. One agent registered more than 100 new companies using an email address, which was a non-working email address, literally mocking the oversight agency, the FMCSA. 100 new companies with the same email address. It's obviously very pervasive, and with only 350 FMCSA inspectors trying to cover some 700,000 entities all over the country. We are way behind. Well, what do you say, Papy?
I'm a civilian, Steve. Well, technically not till May 1st. I actually get off the books, but what's going on, man?
I guess congratulations are in order, right?
Yes, sir. I appreciate the call from Mitch, right? Called in at the beginning of the show there.
Yeah.
Me and him go way back. I kept telling him, man, dude, you got to call. You got to call the show. Because he's been listening for years.
Yeah, he comes right. He listened all the way back to my dad's days. What the hell?
There's a lot of guys like that out here that listen, but, I don't know. But, a little busier tonight. I was supposed to get off a little earlier. We were waiting on this comm center to do the daggone last call, and they were about an hour late getting to it. They just got to make sure, because they're going to tie up the radio for a little while. They got to make sure that nothing's going on county-wide.
Gotcha.
Somebody sent it to me. I could probably email it to you or text it to you or something, or message, or I don't know. Try emailing it to you, see if you can play it on an email.
Yeah,
should be able to. I took a video of it too, and the daggone phone, I didn't know. So I turned my phone on. I was going to record it, right? So I go to hit the record button, but I didn't flip the camera face around. and I couldn't do it. You can only do it. You can't do it while you're recording. Right. So, was able to flip it around halfway through, but so you got to look at the hood of the cruiser for half of it.
Gotcha.
Because I'm a kid, my kids wanted it. You know, Dad, you gotta record it for us on video. So anywho, yes, sir. About ready to pull in the driveway without a cruiser in my civilian car.
So you've actually dropped the cruiser off at headquarters?
Yes,
there?
Sir. Took my POV up there earlier, parked it. Another deputy brought me back, grabbed the cruiser, and when I took it up, dumped it off in the garage up there at the main headquarters, and jumped in my personal car and came home.
So you were that last little pit stop. That little pit stop last week was the last time we'll have that Papy's cruiser out in front of the secret bunker.
Yes, sir. So yeah, man, that's kind of surreal, you know. Driving around earlier, it's just like, man, this is it. This is, you know.
Yeah.
Over 33 and a half years, man, this is it, you know, no more. So, I'm not, like, regretting anything, I can tell you that much. I ain't gonna be like Knucklebuster. I can't be anyway, even if I wanted to be, all right? But, you know, some of the guys retire, and I get it, you know, you retire and you're sitting around fiddling your thumbs, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I'll get back in the truck, you know. I'll miss the guys more than anything else. I'm not missing the knuckleheads out here we deal with, that's for sure. But, you know, it's your coworkers, man. I mean, for real, Steve. These guys and gals, right, are some of the finest people on the planet, man. That's just a fact, you know. Good people. Blast to work with, good times. So I'll miss that part of it. I'm sure if I'm sitting on the back deck listening to Mr. Steve Sommers some night and I hear sirens in the background, I'll be like, damn, what's going on?
Right.
You know, that kind of thing. But, you know, some guys, I know a bunch of retired guys. Some guys are like, man, you know, I hate hearing sirens because it, you know, makes me daydream and I want to get back in it. And other guys are like, I don't care. I don't want to hear sirens. Don't bother me a bit.
So
I'm glad I'm out of it. I'm glad I'm out of it. You know?
So you're not going to have your monitor listening to traffic on the radio and all that?
Well, you know, I did say, I don't know if I told you I was going to be a special, like an auxiliary. Right. Not really employed with the sheriff's office anymore. It's like a subcontract thing where these guys you see in working festivals, sitting in a police car with your pretty lights on in a construction zone. Right. Those are all what they call off-duty details. It's paid for by the company, not the sheriff's office. But the sheriff's office has an auxiliary, right? You're not really employed with them. A lot of departments have it because they like these auxiliaries in case of like a massive tornado, right? And you need extra manpower. You know what I'm saying? For the block roads or to do something, you know. And that's the only thing about it. And when you're in the specials, if they call you and say, hey, we had a tornado, we need you to come in here and volunteer your time, you don't get paid for it. So, probably do that for about a year, maybe. Because them off-duty details, Steve, they pay pretty good, man. Pays pretty decent. I mean, to sit in a cruiser on the highway in a construction zone to shut a lane down or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then again, my buddy Larry Henderson, they got murdered, right? He's working in off-duty detail, standing out there directing traffic when dude ran him over.
Wow.
Killed him, you know, so I mean, you know, there's still a little bit of danger. We've had a lot of officers I know of 2 offhand right at the top of my head that were on and off-duty detail. Now, you don't get workman's comp because you're not working on behalf of the sheriff's office, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
If you get injured on an off-duty detail, you're kind of on your own, you know. You're not going to get what we call OIL, occupational injury leave, you know. And man, they got rear-ended. Got banged up pretty good. You know, dude was off for 2 months one time. He ended up actually suing the construction company because they didn't have a block truck behind the cruiser.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's certain rules that need to be followed out there, and before you see a cruiser, you're supposed to see what they call a block truck. It's just a big truck with a big flat end on the back that's able to take a hit from a car. You know what I mean? They're designed for that. And they didn't have one. Anyway, he got hit, but it's what it is. So, yeah, I might go, I don't know, work 1 a week, 2 a week, 1 a month, whatever you want to do. That's what's nice about it.
Yeah.
I can work 1 a month, 2 a month, 1 a week, 3 a week, 4 a week, whatever I want to do. I don't care.
Otherwise, you gotta find some kind of hobby, something to keep you busy, right?
Yeah, you can only cut the grass so much.
And that's not very.
Yeah, I got my gun room. I was thinking about getting in some woodworking. I really dig working with wood. Used to do it years ago. I love building decks. Told Mercedes, I guess I might have to go buy a car seat for the car. Spending a lot more time with the little kids, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there you go.
So I'll be around to help out a little bit more with that. So, but all right, bud, I really haven't had a chance to listen to you. I know after Mitch's call, I had things I had to do. I had to jump off and take care of some things. Was out of the car. We had a little grill out tonight. Had some hamburgers. Squad did that for me. Then afterwards, I had to get some stuff done. Being last night, and then we were all standing around smoking cigars again on this side of the town.
Okay.
Tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they got a run, pretty hot run. They had to go, and I'm like, okay, it's that time. I'm done. I'm not going. I'm going to this. I'm done.
You go. I'll see you. Yeah.
All right, buddy. Probably yak at you tomorrow night. Surgery on Tuesday to get this nose done. I hope that goes all right.
Deviated septum thing.
Yeah. Not that big a deal. So hopefully I can breathe. Trying to sleep, you know, you get woke up all the time because you can't breathe, you know. So,
I had it done when I was much younger. Steven had it done a couple of years ago. The cartilage grows back, though, that whatever it is. I was like, even though I had the surgery years ago, it's like, and when I sleep on whatever side I'm on, that nasal passage will block, you know.
All right.
Drives you nuts.
Well, how long did it stay good? If it stays good for 10 years, I'm probably good.
It seems like a few years. They wanted to go back in to do more, but I had it done back in the time when it's. I guess it's a lot different today, laser wise.
Right.
They did the deal where they opened me up and packed the sinuses, and it was bad, painful.
I don't think I'd have to get all that. He did say he's going to scrape some out of there, you know, and then put some tubes in there.
Yep.
You know, he didn't say anything about scraping the sinuses, though. I don't think. I think I would have caught that if he was there. We got to scrape them sinuses up. But all right, bud. I appreciate you taking the call. Everybody be safe. Watch your six.
Congratulations. There you go. Papy is, what is it, 2.7? 2.7.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
If you've ever been on a cruise, you know there's always some people who overindulge, have a few too many. Interesting case with Carnival Cruise Lines. Now, she sues the cruise line for serving her too much alcohol. Actually awarded $300,000 by a jury in Miami last week. The company was actually found liable for injuries she sustained while being overly intoxicated. Miami Herald reported a 6-person federal jury found the company liable after learning the plaintiff was served 14 shots of tequila over an 8.5-hour period, making Carnival responsible for the injuries she suffered while on board the ship. And it's rather interesting because nowadays you have the drink packages. And 15 drinks in a 24-hour period is the cutoff limit. I assume she had probably the drink package. Now, the drink package, it is good for, say, beer, I believe wine, and mixed drinks. So tequila, 14 shots of tequila. Now, the award actually exceeded the original $250,000 request that was made during the trial. Our attorney said cases like these rarely go to trial, and it's even more unlikely for a big company to actually be found liable. It's hard to get to trial, period. I've had many over-service cases that have settled, but none that have ever gone the full distance. Yeah, more on how that all unfolded coming up in our final hour, which is just ahead. News first. A service of industrial injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. Industrial injection.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
USA Radio News. I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Iran cannot blackmail us after Tehran blocked the Strait of Hormuz, while declining questions at the White House and saying talks are progressing.
We have very good conversations going on. It's working out very well. They got a little cute as they have been doing for 47 years.
This comes as Iran's Revolutionary Guard warned it will target ships near the strait following reported naval exchanges and renewed tensions over U.S. maritime pressure in the region. U.S. Ambassador Mike Waltz says the Trump administration is prepared to escalate military action against Iran, saying all options remain on the table. That includes strikes on infrastructure. Waltz appeared on ABC's This Week.
If you go back in the history of warfare, go all the way back to World War II, of course, we bombed and took down bridges, other infrastructure, power plants that, yes, could be used for civilian, but also are used to manufacture drones and missiles.
The ambassador rejects criticism that such attacks would constitute war crimes. President Trump says the U.S. seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship in the Gulf of Oman after it allegedly tried to run a naval blockade and ignored warnings to stop. He says the vessel was fired upon after the Iranian crew refused to comply amid escalating tensions following reported ceasefire violations near the Strait of Hormuz. Jen Psaki questions the focus on the 25th Amendment push.
During an interview, Jen Psaki downplayed calls to invoke the 25th Amendment against Donald Trump, saying such efforts were unlikely to succeed. She urged Democrats to focus on broader messaging and coalition building rather than what she calls unproductive debates. The comments come as some lawmakers continue raising concerns about the president, highlighting ongoing divisions over political strategy and tone. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.04. Mono County, California is up to $6.88 a gallon, while Comanche County, Oklahoma is down to $3.20. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Oil prices dropped sharply on Friday after President Trump said Iran had reopened the Strait of Hormuz. However, Iran closed down the strait once again over the weekend in protest over the ongoing U.S. naval blockade of their ports. Alicia Nieves says the ceasefire between the two sides is alleviating some of the pain at the pump.
The national average for regular unleaded come down now just slightly above $4. And we've watched this price come down 1 to 4 cents each day since this fragile ceasefire has held. And we're on pace now to get below $4, potentially in days if the ceasefire holds.
That ceasefire ends on Wednesday. Oklahoma County Clerk Marissa Treat is apologizing for a $14 million bookkeeping error, which went undisclosed for months after being disclosed last fall.
I did not have the additional conversations with people, which is why I just apologized.
Treat told a budget board that the mistake was made due to human oversight and said it was not immediately reported, as the county jail was already over budget. The number of young men in the U.S. who say religion is very important in their lives is seeing an uptick.
That's according to a new Gallup poll, which showed 43% of men under 30 describe religion as central to their lives. That number is up from 28% in 2023. Gallup's data also shows only 47% of Americans overall said religion was very important to them last year, down from 58% in 2012. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all cars, all departments. Stand by for a retirement broadcast of Sergeant David Papy Hill. County to 9 William 85.
County car 9 William 85. Go.
Sergeant Hill was hired by the Helms County Sheriff's Office in October of 1992. He began his career as a corrections officer at the Helms County Justice Center. In April 1996, he was promoted to the Patrol Division, where his duties consisted of patrolling Hamilton County. In June 2005, he was promoted to Corporal, a frontline supervisory position. In October of 2018, he was promoted to Sergeant, where his responsibilities were to lead a squad of officers. Sergeant Hill is affectionately known as Papy by his peers. He worked in the hazardous device unit as a bomb technician and served as a firearm instructor. Sergeant Hill is a fixture in the western parts of Hamilton County, having patrolled and supervised that area the majority of his tenure with the Sheriff's Office. Sergeant Hill is well respected and well liked by his peers, subordinates, and supervisors. He will be deeply missed. 9 William 85, enjoy your retirement, sir. You deserve it.
County Card 9 William 85.
Peace, Papy.
Congrats, Papy.
Congratulations from District 4, Papy. Congrats, Papy.
Hey, Charles, yeah.
Stand by. 9 William 85.
After 33 years on the streets, I'd like to thank Sheriff Lease for giving me a job here. I'd also like to thank the Hamilton County Communications Center for being our backup, having a mic over our shoulder at all times with you listening in. I definitely appreciate it, Ray.
Go ahead.
Last but not least, I'd like to thank all the women and men in blue wearing the black shirt and all the other agencies around this county. Some of the finest people I've had the pleasure to work with. Good people. You all stay safe. Watch your 6. No, William 85, I'll be 2-7 for you, man.
9 William 85, that's clear. 2-7 remainder. Relay Hamilton County Communications, 205.
There you have it. What did I say? Last call? One last time. So there you go. So congratulations are in order. Papy, actually, you sounded like you had a smile on your face there when you checked in a few minutes ago. Kind of a big sigh of relief. You made it to that point. Well deserved, brother. Thank you for your service. And all the others out there. Serving, protecting, first responders. You know it. I know it. How about that? Were you able to hear the final call on Hold There, Horse Feathers?
No.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
Had to turn the radio up and listen to it on the radio.
Okay, but you were able to get it. Gotcha.
So, anyways, yeah, congratulations to Papy and all of his future endeavors there. I think I heard something. Did you hear that he's going to go be a mall cop and ride a Segway somewhere between the Victoria's Secrets and the Hollywood,
right.
Fredericks of Hollywood?
Paul Blart.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't know. Is either that or he's going to be loading ammo and rolling papers there? I don't know. One or the other there. But anyway, no. But congratulations to him and all the endeavors he'll have coming up. And I'm sure with all the little ones running around, he's going to be having a lot of endeavors of some sort. So, but anyways, there you touched on that accident there to cross the median. I believe it was down close to the Cincinnati area, wasn't it, on I-75?
In 22, yes. Yep, sure was.
So the 4 people that were the fatalities of that accident were in 2 different vehicles. This was on the Sunday morning show there, your CBS thing. This was all on that. It was a pretty long segment, because it kind of caught my attention, and I was able to turn the TV on Sunday morning to catch all this, and wanted to see the continuation of the 60 Minutes. But so, anyways, the 4 of them in 2 separate vehicles, they were all going to a wedding, and the one couple there, this younger couple, and the woman there, she was 5 months pregnant. So, not only was it 4, there was also an unborn child involved in it too.
Yeah.
So, anyways, bad thing all the way around. Going up 95 here, the Woodbridge Scale, northbound 95, they got a Super Ego truck pulled around back. He was just driving around back. So I don't know if they flagged him or if he was trying to go find a parking spot or what he was doing, but he wasn't continuing up the highway. So I guess I'm a little safer there that way, right? Because he's not on the road I'm on, I guess. Anyways, there. So one of the other things they had there on the Sunday morning program, and I don't know if you watched the program or if you or not, but they had this deal that they got this guy's created this way to generate electricity by having this, I guess if you call it an oversized bobber, to be out in the ocean. And the only way I can describe what this bobber looks like is, well, that thing that Jeff Bezos has there, that rocket that he has there, was that Blue Organ? That I think you call it Blue Organ, that goes up to flies up and you pretend to go to space and you come back down.
Yep.
And so anyways, it looks like that. And supposedly it's supposed to stand, vertical in the water, completely untethered, with no cables to shore, and it's supposed to bob up and down in the water, and as it's bobbing up and down the water, it's supposed to push water up through a turbine and produce electricity while it's doing that. And what this guy says the goal is to actually put the data centers in these things so that they self-generate electricity, and the data centers out there, and they're not taking up, property space to put the data centers on, and they don't need, the cooling and the water and electricity and all that. And then they'll be able to transmit through, the internet, all their information back to the mainland. But I don't know how many of these things he's planning on trying to put in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're untethered, how do you keep them where you put them in the ocean?
Well,
it's not like
they're going to be drifting, right?
Well, that's what I was thinking. Isn't there like a big blob of plastic out in the Pacific Ocean that just floats around and just circles around out there? It doesn't stay in one spot. And it's not like a satellite that you put in orbit that would just, continue where you put it until it falls out of orbit. So it was kind of, that was my question. But the guy's like, yeah, no, you don't have to do anything. It just sits out there and bobs up and down, and as the water gets shoved up the tube, up the middle from it going down, it goes through a generator and spins the generator and creates electricity, and all sounds good on paper or something, but we'll have to see. And then what happens when it breaks down? How do you go fix it? I mean, do you take the submarine, or do you take a boat or helicopter? I don't know. Anyway, but so the one thing I thought I'd catch you up on, I've always try to come up with some more information about it, is the 4014. So the big boy. So it's still coming back east. It got all the way to California and it's on its way back east, and it's going to stop in Cheyenne for a couple of days for maintenance, because these big things, they require maintenance almost daily, and they're going to give it a good run through before it comes to the East Coast. And so anyways, in one of the videos I found out about, now all 25 of them were designed to run on coal. They were all coal fired. They had a big mechanical conveyor that carried coal from the tender up through the firebox to try to scatter the coal evenly, to have a nice even hot fire underneath the whole boiler to produce a good head of steam, because they were looking to have about 300 psi of steam pressure in these things. So in the process of restoring the big boy, they actually converted it to oil. So it runs on fuel oil that's sprayed in and atomized. And there was only one of the other 24 that actually had that done back in I believe the 40s, was the 4005. And it only had one injection point of the fuel oil, and it did not have an even fire through the whole firebox, and was not efficient, didn't work out well. But they figured out how to fix it so that it works with the 4014, so it burns fuel oil now instead of coal. Now, if you see the 4014 and with the fuel oil, it gets delivered with a tractor trailer to it, and so they can load 6,000 gallons of fuel oil in the tender. So it's pretty much a full tanker load of fuel. Now, when the tanker truck's sitting there in front of side by side with the big boy. The tanker truck is shadowed by the big boy. This is how big this engine is. It's, 1.2 million pounds, I believe, what it weighs dry. So anyways, it has actually 3 tenders behind the engine. And so the one tender carries, I believe, the 6,000 gallons of fuel oil and 25,000 gallons of water. And then behind that, it has 2 other tenders that carry another 25,000 gallons of water each. So they're running down the tracks with 6,000 gallons of fuel and 75,000 gallons of water to start. And when they're topping off the fuel oil, they usually have a fire department with large diameter hose there pumping in the water they need. And the reason for the 2 diesel engines running with it is the fact that if they have to conserve water, or if they're low on water and they get on a grade, they'll have to shut the engine down, the steam part down to just a slight fire, a small fire, and actually be pushed with the diesels. Because if you don't have complete coverage in your boiler, you got to be real careful not to overheat your boiler. So sometimes if they have to conserve fuel or conserve water, then that's what the reason for the 2 diesel engines are in there. But for the most part, the whole train's being moved across country by steam. And anyways, that's kind of the additional information I have so far for you. But we'll keep digging up more for you. So if everybody's interested, if not, I guess, I don't know. They'll learn about it anyway, won't they? I don't know.
A lot of folks be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity as this thing makes that cross-country trek.
Absolutely, and it's something to see. This is actually the last operating one. There's 8 total left in the country that are still able to be seen. I only know where one other one is. The one's in Scranton, Pennsylvania is the 4012, and of course that's stationary there. So where the other 6 are, I'll have to do some investigating and get back to you on that there, see if I can find out more about them. But if you get on the YouTubes and you start kind of looking, or not the YouTube, but the Facebook, there's one group there, a rail fan group, and they're pretty good about showing a lot of the old videos and showing a lot of the old 4,000 class engines and that, and what they did and where they were. And I guess it's the Wasatch Mountains out there coming across Cheyenne and everything, and up out of Donner and all that, where they were trying to move these big heavy trains from the West Coast up through Wyoming and everything. So anyways, it's kind of an interesting thing, and pretty amazing what they were able to do with technology in the 1940s to build these monsters, to go to, traverse the countryside with the amount of rail cars they had behind them. And the interesting thing to see is, if you do watch any of the videos, when they're going downhill, they have almost as much smoke off the wheels of the rail cars, all the rail cars behind the engine, from the brakes, as the engine itself produced, kind of going up the hill.
Wow.
So it's kind of you pull a big heavy train up the hill, you got to be able to stop it on the way down. Of course, that was the demise of Casey Jones there, as he was unable to slow down to negotiate the curve there. But that's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. We get into Casey Jones sometime down there. He's down Tennessee there, but that's as I say, another story for another day. We got to get the 4014 to Philadelphia for the 4th of July first. Anyways, but that's where we're going to end up. All right, Your Honor. With that, I guess we'll let you get going there and continue on in the loneliest hour. And I'm sure you could do some due diligence, can't you?
We will do just that. Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Pulling is on a break, but we continue to preview some of the biggest hooks of 2026. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, This is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. The next time the NTPA gets back on the dirt will be for the Busch Light Nationals in Evansville, Indiana, May 28th through the 30th at the Vanderburg 4-H Center. Following the stop in Indiana, pollers have about 2 weeks to make their way north for the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota, a hook that never disappoints. During the two-night hook, 7 Grand National classes will be taken to the track, both Friday, June 12th, and Saturday, June 13th, the polls start at 7 Central, with some of the biggest and best classes making their way to Hutchinson. Superstock diesels, Superstock Open, Pro Stock, Superstock diesel trucks, semis, light mods, and mods are sure to put on a show you don't want to miss. Then just a week later, another Grand National poll happens just a state to the east. The Mackville Nationals will be hitting the dirt in Seymour, Wisconsin. The Superstock Opens, four-wheel drive trucks, minis, and unlimited tractors will be hooking both Friday the 19th at 6, and again Saturday starting at 7. Then to wrap up June, a Super National hook happens just a week after Mackville. We can simply say, Toma. Over 3 days, there'll be 5 sessions, starting Thursday the 25th with Superstock Open, two-wheel drive trucks, minis, and mods, along with Region 3 Pro Stock 4.1 tractors. Friday at noon, light Superstocks, Superstock diesel trucks, four-wheel drive trucks, and mods hook along with Region 3 light Pro Stocks. Friday evening, there is a lot of polling, with 6 Grand National classes hooking. Super Farm, Pro Stock, Superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, semis, light mods, and unlimited mods along with Region 3 Pro Stock 4.1s. Then on the final day of the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super National, at noon Superstock Open, Super Farm, two-wheel drive trucks, Superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, minis, and light mods take to the track. To wrap up the 2026 poll will be light Superstocks, Superstock diesel trucks, Pro Stocks, four-wheel drive trucks, semis, who always put on a great show, along with the fan favorite unlimited tractors with as many as 5 Hemis, and then Region 3 light Pro Stocks. Talk about a busy June for polling, with 2 Grand National hooks and a Super National hook. Once polling is back after planting season, it is going to be non-stop. If you can't make it in person to an NTPA hook, you can watch all the action either live or via replay on Full Poll Live, the one-stop shop for all NTPA polls. Just to give some numbers, May 28th through the 30th, there will be 2 hooks. Then in June, there will be a total of 11 hooks. So there will be no shortage of horsepower this summer. This week on NTPA Championship Polling on RFD TV, you get to relive the 2025 Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals with 2 of the most popular classes, light mods and modifieds. Don't miss it. Wednesday at 8:30 Eastern on RFD TV. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, got a news break just around the corner. What's going on? Here on a Monday, 20th day of April already. A new report last week warning that Chinese-produced cellular modules, those tiny components that are inside smart home devices. Yeah, we've all got something like this, probably in our home. They present a significant national security risk, they say. The Foundation for Defense, FDD report, first shared with The Hill, found that two Chinese firms, one named Quectel and another Fibocom, control nearly half the global market for cellular modules. This creates both espionage and sabotage risks, according to the report. It could provide a backdoor for China to deactivate the modules which are used in households and businesses, ports, hospitals, power grids, cranes. Transportation networks rely on these modules. Theoretically, these modules can shut down their host devices and also collect large amounts of data since their manufacturers maintain remote access to provide firmware and software updates, they say. These modules are found in doorbells, refrigerators, thermostats, other devices. If Beijing consolidated control of U.S.-based modules, it could disrupt an American military mobilization in response to a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Or in a crisis, Beijing could hold Washington hostage, threatening to cause massive economic disruptions, according to Mark Montgomery, the senior director of the FDD's Center on Cyber and Technology. A 6-page report they unveiled. Yeah, we have to pause there, but hold. We'll get the rest of the story just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says Iran cannot blackmail us after Tehran blocked the Strait of Hormuz, while declining questions at the White House and saying talks are progressing.
We have very good conversations going on. It's working out very well. They got a little cute as they have been doing for 47 years.
This comes as Iran's Revolutionary Guard warned it will target ships near the strait, following reported naval exchanges and renewed tensions over U.S. maritime pressure in the region. U.S. Ambassador Mike Waltz says the Trump administration is prepared to escalate military action against Iran, saying all options remain on the table. That includes strikes on infrastructure. Waltz appeared on ABC's This Week.
If you go back in the history of warfare, go all the way back to World War II, of course, we bombed and took down bridges, other infrastructure, power plants that, yes, could be used for civilian, but also are used to manufacture drones and missiles.
The ambassador rejects criticism that such attacks would constitute war crimes. President Trump says the U.S. seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship in the Gulf of Oman after it allegedly tried to run a naval blockade and ignored warnings to stop. He says the vessel was fired upon after the Iranian crew refused to comply amid escalating tensions following reported ceasefire violations near the Strait of Hormuz. Jen Psaki questions the focus on the 25th Amendment push.
During an interview, Jen Psaki downplayed calls to invoke the 25th Amendment against Donald Trump, saying such efforts were unlikely to succeed. She urged Democrats to focus on broader messaging and coalition building rather than what she calls unproductive debates. The comments come as some lawmakers continue raising concerns about the president, highlighting ongoing divisions over political strategy and tone. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.04. Mono County, California is up to $6.88 a gallon, while Comanche County, Oklahoma is down to $3.20. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Oil prices dropped sharply on Friday after President Trump said Iran had reopened the Strait of Hormuz. However, Iran closed down the strait once again over the weekend in protest over the ongoing U.S. naval blockade of their ports. Alicia Nieves says the ceasefire between the two sides is alleviating some of the pain at the pump.
The national average for regular unleaded come down now just slightly above $4. And we've watched this price come down 1 to 4 cents each day since this fragile ceasefire has held. And we're on pace now to get below $4, potentially in days if the ceasefire holds.
That ceasefire ends on Wednesday. Oklahoma County Clerk Marissa Treat is apologizing for a $14 million bookkeeping error, which went undisclosed for months after being disclosed last fall.
I did not have the additional conversations with people, which is why I just apologized.
Treat told the budget board that the mistake was made due to human oversight and said it was not immediately reported, as the county jail was already over budget. The number of young men in the U.S. who say religion is very important in their lives is seeing an uptick.
That's according to a new Gallup poll, which showed 43% of men under 30 describe religion as central to their lives. That number is up from 28% in 2023. Gallup's data also shows only 47% of Americans overall said religion was very important to them last year, down from 58% in 2012. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed it is, as we round third, headed toward home on a Monday. Hey, good morning to 5-7. He checked it a bit earlier. Copy in the mail. Go Navy. Good morning, all. Yeah, let me see. There's Drummer Girl, 34 degrees in Northampton. When you mentioned about old equipment, my husband drives a 78 R model Mac. Last weekend, he got an Attaboy sticker after an hour by the New Jersey DOT. The truck was older than the inspector. Oh, and happy retirement, Papy. Keep on listening to the scanner. Be safe, everybody. There he is, Rick in Columbus, checking in. Get the week started here. Hello from Mike in Beaver Creek. Rest in peace, Bob. Thanks for all the laughs over the many years. Yeah, Bob of the Bob and Tom Show, passing away last Friday. I was mentioning cellular modules. Philip, during the break, said cellular modules are serious business. Yeah, they hook devices to the network, supplying data for communication and understanding how operations are working. So if you're thinking, well, if these Chinese devices are a threat to national security, just get rid of them. They said dispensing of cellular modules is not an option. They are essential to automation. They will be critical to integrating artificial intelligence into real-world environments, bridging the gap between frontier models and the factory floor. The challenge ahead for the United States is how to stop and reverse the proliferation of Chinese modules. Yeah, the risks are hypothetical so far, but their cumulative effects could be catastrophic, according to the report. Cellular modules may pose cybersecurity risks. They are necessary They're a necessary part of router systems that connect to a 4G or 5G network in the event Wi-Fi goes out. Because China's national security law permits the government to have access to firms' data to aid its surveillance efforts, China could theoretically have access to large portions of Americans' information while positioning Beijing along key connectivity nodes that could be used to track specific individuals or identify broad patterns. The first concern is cellular modules embedded in Wi-Fi modems could have access to the information that's passed through that modem. And then once they have that information, because cellular modules are connected back to the manufacturer in China, the information that's collected by the module could then be accessed by the Chinese Communist Party. Quectel and Fibocom, while they face competition from Western companies, they still control almost 45% of the market. Previous congressional investigations have alleged that Quectel is part of China's military civil fusion strategy, and that Quectel allegedly maintains links to China's Beidou satellite navigation system, which provides People's Liberation Army messaging and high-accuracy positioning to boost precision-guided missile capabilities. Due to those connections, the Pentagon has designated Quectel as a Chinese military company operating in the United States. The concern is that because U.S. military relies on secure critical infrastructure, China's hold over cellular modules could be used to either disable or sabotage these types of critical infrastructure systems that allow the U.S. to project military power abroad. The report proposed 3 recommendations. Number 1, Congress should compel the Pentagon to perform an audit of its infrastructure to track down potential embedded Chinese cellular modules. Congress should ban the Pentagon from procuring Chinese cellular modules, and the Federal Communications Commission should place Chinese cellular module manufacturers on their covered list, barring their authorization or sale in the United States. As Chinese firms aim to consolidate their hold over this critical market, the U.S. government has a limited opening to safeguard defense-critical operations and promote secure supply chains by enacting procurement bans, limiting adversaries' market access, according to the report. All this modern technical stuff. Wow. Well, Vic on board here on a Monday. What's going on, Vic?
Well, you just mentioned the modern battlefield. And Trump's running around worrying about the World War II model of bombing bridges and power plants and everything else. That's kind of whenever Horse Feathers was mentioning the steam engines and versus the diesel electrics of today. That's 2 totally different technologies. That he was talking about that water. There's a gauge on all boilers that shows you whenever you're not having sufficient water, and there's a valve on the side of it, and it shuts all the fire down and everything else, so you won't damage the boiler. And the boilers that were set up as coal-fired, they actually made dust out of the coal. You know, as they showed the old things on the Western movies where the guy was shoveling coal into the firebox, they would actually use coal oil to soak the coal on it, and then it was blowing into the firebox. The coal dust was, so that they didn't put out that many embers and set things on fire along the track. And they were very expensive to operate. And when they went to the diesel electric, the diesel generated the power to go to the electric motor that actually drives the modern day train. And I mean, I don't know where. What I was really wanting to make a point of was, I don't know where Trump has got off on this deal that he thinks that he can basically bomb Iran back to the Stone Age and get them to cease making nuclear power or possibly an atom bomb. And my only thought is, even if they went in there to inspect and anything, we have all these militias that's basically backed by Iran. So I don't know, but I would suspect that a lot of their material, bomb material and everything, and maybe even neutron bombs, I would imagine they have parceled that out to where we will never get the true account of what Iran is really up to. And unfortunately, here in this country, in order that we could kind of get a handle on things, we need our immigration enforcement, whether it's in trucking or whatever, to make sure we know who is in this country. But oddly enough, even here in Indiana, which the Attorney General said that the local constabulary will participate with, and support the ICE and DHS and all that enforcement. We have a couple of county sheriffs that are suing the Attorney General, saying that the Attorney General doesn't have the right to determine what a local sheriff's department does. And the state police are requesting, here in Indiana, they're requesting authority to be able to go in and basically see what the county sheriffs are up to, because they've had a couple of bad experiences. I think just last week, they arrested the Clinton County sheriff and his wife for being up to no good of some kind. But the point is that everybody is wanting to fight Trump on everything that's coming and going, even here in this country. And to me, that's the biggest threat of the way all these different states are trying to rebel against Trump's policy to the detriment of the security of the whole country. You would just mention about those trucking companies, and I imagine a lot of those have basically hard non-domicile drivers or foreign drivers, whatever you want to say. And that's been going on. Papy said he's retiring after 33 years, which that's quite an accomplishment. I didn't know if he could retire after 20 or not, but to hang around for 13 more years in today's situation, that's quite an accomplishment. But I just don't really understand why people don't understand the threat of allowing people that we don't even know. We don't know if they're supposed to be here. We found out that the Chinese, that's been 10 or 15 years ago, that they had their own police stations over here monitoring their people. I mean, it's really amazing how basically we don't really assess the threat that is in this country, and most likely is supported by foreign entities. And I don't know, it just amazes me that how they want to go out there and bomb Iran, and they're using the public at large or press or whatever. Now they're talking about the lack of fertilizer, and you were mentioning about the switch from La Nina to El Nino. So I know a lot of the wheat crops are already in bad shape. So we might have food inflation more than what it is now, later on. So we'll just have to see how that works. But the point that I really want to make, I don't understand how these countries, well, not countries, but how these states are getting away with defying federal authority. And I did see a little blurb on TV today that one of the attorneys, I think it's in the Civil Rights Division, and she said there is so much defiance of Trump going on that they can't keep up with it all. So I don't know how bad the problem is, but I do know that whenever they did all that protesting against ICE and all that, I never did understand that, because I thought it was a federal crime for anybody to defy federal authority on a legitimate legal operation. So we have a lot of problems in this country, and I'm sure it's being fed on by our proverbial enemies, Russia and China, and even like there in Iran. There's some thought that Iran's nuclear models were pretty much developed by Russia and given to them. So the main thing I just wanted to say is I don't understand. If people hate Trump so bad, they're punishing the whole country. So whatever it is Trump's doing, I don't agree with a lot of the stuff he's done, and all of his, I guess you call it verbosity, talking about blowing people back to the dark ages. He's fighting the wrong battle, and I'll just leave it at that, Steve.
All right, Vic, thank you for checking in on this greatest day of the week. Hey, it's a Monday, right? See what Buster has going on. Hey, Buster, what's happening?
Hey, more Steve. Hey, Vic. Don't forget George Soros. He's part of the group of multimillionaires that are tainting the bricks and the pallets of all the stuff they've done since Black Lives Matter. So we got to get down to that too. But yeah, I'm blessed, Steve. I mentioned the princess over at the Mats about inviting you guys up to use one of my bedrooms over at my timeshare, July 1st to the 5th, and then I did not know she's the one that has the motion issues. That I thought it was your daughter. So I said, well, going to Lancaster be a lot then, so I wouldn't expect you guys to make it to D.C. So can you just do me a favor and reach out to Papy and to Horse Feathers, two of the great callers that has a lot to say, and of course Papy being the new retiree in law enforcement. If they would just give up my phone number to them personally, I would be appreciative. Either one may be in D.C. for July 4th. We got room someplace in my condo, and I do have an extra bedroom, so I just thought it'd be neat to have somebody that's well-spoken that might be one of our listeners that could call in for you and give you an update. We're not asking to hang out with us to go to recreation.gov or tour the White House, but you'd be up here in D.C. This invite, so between you and Princess, somebody can reach out to Horse Feathers, and or just have them give me a call or text, and I'll give them my wife's email address. Mm-hmm. And if they want to show up, we've got a place for them. I'm flying in from Knoxville to Baltimore, and another group of people who's got the second condo, they're renting a 15-person van, and we're doing all the research we can. And that's another thing. The Department of Transportation is going to have a big shindig at that celebration time at the Warship Monument. I guess the world of transportation. And I just Googled it before I got on the phone with you on 4414. And right now it looks like it may do a swing by, but it looks like he is going to go to Philadelphia and hang out for the 4th of July. And well, that's about all I got, Mr. Sommers. I appreciate seeing you at the Mats, and still working. People did get to buy out or are leaving the company, and we moved in a new building, refurbished, June 29th. I'll be coming off vacation. I'm going to be at Omaha for the College World Series. So I expect to see the 4414 park there for a few days, and I'll give you a report then on that. But sincerely, it'd be neat to have somebody from Hot Sauce Seekers fan club staying at my condo. If they would do that, like those two young men, I would be honored. Okay, Steve?
You'll be there for the big 250th birthday celebration there, right? It's going to be big in D.C. I mean, they're getting the big, they're actually putting together like the arena for the big UFC fight there. We're going to have a race, a road course race in D.C., all kind of stuff. Yeah, I guarantee a major fireworks show and patriotic displays. All right, we round third, headed toward home. Back after this.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Quickly, let's jump over and see what Plowboy has on his mind. I think the Chinese technology con is here. What's up, Plowboy?
Steve, if I don't sleep this morning or this afternoon, I'm going to blame you. I got a question.
Yes.
What would you rather be done to? Would you rather have China do that with our cellular systems? Or you woke me up and I drove damn near 24 hours years ago. Remember that story you put out about Russia was talking about shooting an ICBM over the top of us and could basically throw us back to the Stone Age?
Right, I like that.
Remember that story?
EMP, yes.
That you just, I like, Steve, you've done it again. And I followed John Hagee out of San Antonio with Cornerstone. And he has talked about how they could easily start a war, and we'd never know what was going on by shutting off all the cell phone communication. And with what you just said there, is got got some daggers in it. But no, and especially when we see what could they do. Could they do it during an election period or midterms? They could easily jack with all of our systems.
Well, it's kind of what Vic was just saying, right? The next war, it's not about, I guess what, bridges and power plants. The power plants would be shut down using the same digital technology.
Exactly. And I got to back up what Vic said. Our wheat is nothing. Kansas, Oklahoma, especially the Panhandle, there's no wheat. My understanding goes clear up in the front range of Colorado because we have had no rain, what we have had, and plus we've been fighting with this. We've been talking about, Steve, early spring here and there, and a hard freeze. No, there's literally people out there right now cutting it right now and swathing it. So look for your bread prices to go up. I hate to say that, but I see you're about ready to walk out of the door, but I appreciate it there, Steve. Thanks.
All right, we're about to call it a day. Monday, Russia and electromagnetic pulse. Don't have time to delve in depth, but A report says Russia's reportedly developing a nuclear weapon designed to be deployed in space. That could cripple global communications and cause widespread destruction. Everything is more about cyber war, right? General Stephen Whiting, head of U.S. Space Command, admitted that Washington is very concerned about plans to place a nuclear anti-satellite weapon into orbit. They're thinking about placing in orbit a weapon that would hold at risk everyone's satellites in low Earth orbit. And that would be an outcome that we just could not tolerate, he says. That weapon could destroy large numbers of satellites in low Earth orbit, potentially taking out communication systems, GPS networks, and parts of the global internet, for that matter. A detonation in orbit could damage or destroy up to 10,000 satellites. We're talking roughly 80% of those that are currently in space. All right. Well, with that, rest easy. Have a great day. Thanks for being with us here on the greatest day of the week. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight for our next edition, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream.